If anybody missed Trading View, they put out a Cyber Monday deal. 3 days. BlackRock bought $250 million worth of Ethereum today, early this morning. New York is coming close to regulating AXRP stablecoin. That's interesting. That news was from 22 hours ago, but yeah, that's why XRP was pumping yesterday. A Ripple issued stablecoin.
What's going on, team? Going on Discord? What's good, chat? Just coming back to the chart after being gone all morning. Good, man. Good. Had a couple buddies come in from out of town. Art Basel Week this week in Florida, Miami. It's a big like art festival. Got a bunch of artist buddies flying in from all over. So I had to make some airport runs.
You got any NFT people? I got a couple NFT people coming into town.
Yeah, they have a bunch of NFT events and shit too during Art Basel. um, most of the dudes I know are already like established artists, so they might have their own personal NFT projects, but they're not coming through to show any like they've already got their communities. You know what I mean? That's the best way to do it, honestly. If you already have a community of people buying your real world art, then it's real easy to shift them over to NFTs.
I agree, bro. I like a lot of the art that comes with an NFT. That you get the art, but you also get the NFT.
Yeah. Yeah, for people that were already buying your physical art, and it's just another way to collect one of your pieces. Like my buddy's pieces that he's selling at Basel, like 10, 15K. Like if you know, if you're a fan of his art and you can't afford a, you know, $10,000 canvas, you can get a little NFT with a, just makes you feel like you're part of the community basically. And you can do cool shit, right? Like special NFTs with real world experiences, come to a party at Basel, that type of shit. Come spend the day at the wall while we're painting, sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm going to an event tomorrow. My buddy Patrick is DJing at the National. I'm gonna go see him.
Yeah, I got a couple buddies that have a gallery opening tomorrow. They've got a basically like a cruise show. Gotta go support. It's gonna be a busy week. Try to get some pics and everything. Try to get some videos. Show you guys what it's like out here.
I'm gonna be in Puerto Rico. I got that esports event, Arcadia.
That's dope.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you, man. These like I tell people, I'm like, yo, you have no idea how much money is coming into this in that industry, man. And it's really good for the kids too. I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. These kids, uh, you know, especially in the colleges, like you get because they're considered athletes, believe it or not.
I heard
The
this kid
esports.
say it that I was just about to say, bro. You took the words out of my mouth. This kid the other day said he wants to be a streamer or an esports athlete. Like, yeah, welcome to
Well, the
2024.
guys who are making the real money are the guys behind the scenes, the guys who are doing the production, the guys who are doing the streaming, like because think of like the athletes, you kind of time out fast.
Yeah, yeah, that fast
So like
twitch
you got like a
reflex goes away at like
yeah, yeah,
23 or
you
something.
got like a 6 year. Yeah, it's not it's no I didn't even know about like all this, man, but since we set up all these AV systems, like everything's got to be like what the people are seeing is not what the players are seeing. That's another thing people don't like the refresh rate on the monitors.
Yeah,
Yo,
less
it's
than a
insane. They don't
millisecond.
make large displays that have refresh rates like that. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying? So so we do the conversions and stuff like that, and like I said, we make everything all the ins and outs work, and all the automation and stuff like that. That's what we do.
Yeah,
Man,
I moved from like big screen gaming to, you know, less than 1 millisecond refresh rate a while ago just to keep up with these kids.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man. They're doing a game called Valorant, League of Legends, Smash Bros. That's console gaming, but they
Yeah,
still
yeah.
consider that. Um,
Smash
the
Bros is
colleges,
big.
yeah, yeah. Uh, but it's a lot of Rocket right now, on like on the high school level and the college level. The big one is Rocket League still. You still got they do like Call of Duty, but it's not nearly as like. And people are like, I didn't even believe that because I didn't make sense to me, but I
Nah,
see
it's
it
not
now.
as hot as it used to be.
Yeah, I'm maybe like for I'm talking about, but like for the competitions, a lot of Rocket League, bro, a lot of it. Especially at the high school levels, because you know they can't do Call of Duty at the high school levels. You know, not they do allow a game called Valorant, which is like I guess like people with like superpowers and stuff
Yeah,
like
my
that.
girl
I don't know.
plays that.
Yeah.
Valorant's big.
But yeah, man, still
That
Rocket
off
League
the
still.
grid is coming to esports. Watch, mark my words.
Yeah, yeah, man. I already got two of the coaches that I know because I do a lot of esports coaches like at colleges,
Yeah.
and they're already taking a look at it because they know like I'm a crypto guy, so they asked me. I was like,
Bro,
yeah, man,
when
I do.
that thing takes off on esports, it's a wrap. You're gonna get so many people playing that game who have no idea that they're even
Bro, do you
dealing
know
in
how
crypto
many?
at
Hey,
all.
I'm telling you right now, I'm building 6 Olympic esport facilities.
Yeah. You know what my master plan for AMC GME was back in the day? I was thinking the only way out of this for both of them is they merge and GameStop turns into esports platform and every AMC
Oh yeah,
theater gets turned
but
into an
you could
esports arena.
no, but you could do dual purpose. It's not even that hard.
Yeah.
Like we do dual purpose rooms all the time. But yeah, that would have been smart, man. But I'll be honest with you, Adam Aaron, he screwed like
Yep.
GameStop did not screw people over like AMC did.
I hear you on that.
Yeah, man. I still know a lot of people holding on to that shit, and I told them, bro, why are you even holding on to it? They're like, bro, I already lost everything. So I don't
That's
know.
a hard, that's a that's a messed up place to be, man. Where you're
Yeah,
like, look, this has to work because if it doesn't, I mean, whatever, it's already all gone. So
yeah. Like, hey, listen, man. That happened to me with this stupid um this medical stock. That's why I hate medical stocks, man. Dude, I lost like out just trying to buy myself buy my way down out of it, and it just kept on going down, bro.
funny. Hey, couple more
Uh,
days left on the trading view deal. Don't sleep on it.
yeah. Hey, I finally got into a Doge position, bro.
Nice.
Wasn't the entry that I want, but I told you I couldn't get an entry.
Yeah. Yeah, Doge had a lot of hype,
Literally.
man.
I'm only up 3% on it though. I got in yesterday, but my dot and algo, bro. Hey man, my algo, dude. I've taken out and reloaded it. I'm still up 1,800% on algo, bro.
Nice.
That thing's just been stupid. A little
Good
Good
entry.
evening.
evening. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, bro.
I mean,
going on?
afternoon now in America. Good afternoon. How's it going on us?
Hey, we're on crypto time, bro. It's whatever time we say it is. Whenever we wake up, that's morning.
Double top on
Yeah.
Jasmine?
The night, hey, the night before Thanksgiving, man, I was just like in and out, bro. By the time I looked, it was 4 in the morning. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I was like, oh, I can't believe I did this dumb shit, man.
I don't know. Ethereum looks like it might want to just keep J hooking out of here. It's my
Slowly
favorite
upward.
move for it's my favorite move for Ethereum with these J hooks. Once this thing starts to do this on a regular basis, just keeps going. But we do have some resistance.
Yeah. From here till 4,000.
From here to 10,000 is a bit of resistance. Nah, actually, resistance goes away at about 4.5.
We gotta pass 3,800, right? 3,800 is kind of like the big resistance.
The
there's
last one that I
plenty.
have that's really like a problem in my
I'm not looking at the
opinion
chart.
is
That's just
39.6. Let me
yeah. I
go
knew it was something
larger
like
time
that
frames. Hold on.
because I haven't looked at Ethereum because I'm not trading it. So I don't got a lot, bro. Only got like 5 Ethereum, bro.
These are the
But
levels I'm looking at here. We're at, our second one. Next one is 39.6. Then we've got major supply at 4.1. But from 4.1 to about right underneath 5K, there's nothing. Clear skies. This is going to be a parabolic move through this range. But we're not there quite yet. Still got to probably retrace some of these levels, hold them, prove them, and then keep going. I would at least want to see, we saw the retest on the daily of this SR flip here. That was pretty quick, so wouldn't be surprised if it just blows through this. This resistance that we have here isn't really spectacular at all. It was just a bit of a hiccup on the way down. A little dead cat bounce.
In these markets, with the current market conditions, buying the top works. Yeah, I bought a top. I went to sleep. I woke up. Well, it's not a top anymore. So I guess it's a bit, at this point, any long on ETH is a breakout long. Yeah, you're trying to break out to that 4,000 area, and yeah, there's a straight shoot to 4,800 there. But overall, the idea is to break out long all-time highs, right? So
Well,
you get like 15% lower to try to have some longs for price discovery.
in my opinion, we have the pattern that takes us to all-time highs on Bitcoin. Remember that inverse head and shoulders? We're already down at the bottom. So I've been trying to track the bottom of this right shoulder pretty closely.
But Dbloc, you wrote it in big in your chart. It's written trap.
All right, so look, I hear you. So now look, we're at the bottom of the right shoulder. We had a couple of bear flags that brought us down. One last bearish channel that doesn't qualify as a flag because the pole's not, it's bigger than the pole. That would bring us down to the bottom of a smaller inverse head and shoulders that we have at the bottom of the right shoulder. That playing out would give us the whole right shoulder. So that's what I'm tracking.
And then it will dump.
Yeah, or it'll pump and people will get left behind. It's a choice you're going to have to make. That's the choice you're going to have to make.
Do you think the dominance has been bottomed out?
It's great. 5-7. We should have a dead cat bounce, but at this point, I don't think we're in any risk of going above, 6-1. My main thing was bring dominance down as far as possible, so when we do actually hit that 100K, that push up that we're going to get on dominance doesn't give us a new all-time high. And I think we've made enough ground. 57, yeah. If anything, we pop back up maybe to 60, 59 or something.
Yeah, I see the 9 tomorrow coming on the dominance, so that will be perfect, man.
Yeah. Everything's sort of lining up. Just got to let it play out. Map it out. Ignore all the noise. As for right now, our trap is still active. And even though it's not perfect, these will be our trap short. This is going to come into play on Monday when we have our move.
Rename it into head and shoulder trap.
You can make your own pattern and name it what you want, and may write a book, and you can get everybody to call it that.
And the
H bar,
wonderful thing is, it's
bar
all
looking.
possible in crypto. Sorry, mate, go ahead.
For ETH to get a right shoulder, we need to dump to like 2,800 somewhere there, right?
Yeah, ETH doesn't really have the same stuff, unfortunately. But yeah, it would have to. It hasn't even really made its height. It would have to pump all the way back up to 3.9, and then come all the way back down to 2.9, 2.8. And that would be a like huge daily head and shoulder. I don't think we need that.
Well, 5th of January or 5th of December. We'll see. It's too risky to sell in order to buy 2,800. I'll just live through it.
Yep.
If we are to dump down, I will not sell down there. And if we are to not dump down, all good, let's pump.
I'm so hoping this flag on H bar breaks up. Got a nice little flag forming. The measured move puts it up into its next range.
H bar.
Yeah, if ETH did that drop, Maddie, it would take everything that's been pumping with it. I don't see that as possible. That's just if you're trying to build a head and shoulders on it, just because Bitcoin has one. But you know, that's not really how we would go about it.
You know, when I mentioned inverted head and shoulder at 99.5, it's because the idea is to put a bullish pattern that people will break out long in order to, well, get the exit liquidity and then dump it to make them sell. But in the end, it looks like the 90K dump was enough to make people a bit panic. Resistance at 100K is weaker than it was. That's a good sign for a successful breakout up there. But I don't feel like it's been enough time sideways up here. We might need a bit more now. And this is very good for alts. You see, people are selling Bitcoin to buy shitcoins. I mean, I hope they don't forget to TP shitcoins to buy back Bitcoin. But overall, it's the same as last week. We have Bitcoin sideways downward, while alts are booming, whether it's ETH or XRP. What's XRP doing at $2? Nice, nice, nice. Congrats if you're in XRP. Doge is still stable coin at 42 cents. Amazing. Like, why is it not already at 20 cents? Solana, well, made a new all-time high and sleeping below all-time high. It will eventually get its breakout.
Hey.
ENS did amazing too.
What's interesting to me about this last move here is how it's fractaling. My bad, I'll just get through this real quick. What's interesting to me about this last move is how it's fractaling. So when you start to see fractals, for me, it says that the patterns that market makers printing are effective. And instead of deciding to build new patterns, they just keep it going, right? So you get your bull flag into smaller play out bull flag. And more importantly, you get your inverse head and shoulders into a smaller inverse head and shoulders right on the trap. So to me, the picture is painted out to where they want to go. The question now is is there going to be any jockeying for position that's going to ruin that, right? Is there anybody just waiting to dump to sort of shit on this plan? But as far as I'm concerned, the plan is laid out. Like you can almost see the blueprint for it. And the target's above 100K.
Hey man, doesn't Doge look like it's just consolidating? It feels to me like it's consolidating for its next move.
You know, a lot of these things are consolidating underneath highs, and that's bullish. Whenever you see something consolidate right underneath its high.
If the volume is higher at support, it's a good sign for another breakout upward. If the volume is higher at resistance, it seems more likely it'll break out downward. So I guess you'd have to, maybe that could be a bit of a hedge, yeah? If you're looking at volume stuff and all.
Hey D, I don't know how to do the math, but based on Doge's inflation, like is it like 46 cents would technically be its all-time high because of the how the token is inflated?
Doge's inflation is kind of overplayed. I mean, it's deflationary on the yearly. There's only a certain amount that can be mined per year. The total supply is unlimited, but the yearly emission is. So it kind of balances out a bit.
Well, not only that, but they're printing let's say 100,000 coins per day. The more time passes, the less that 100,000 represents compared to what's already in circulation. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not that bad actually.
It's honestly
bad as
it's
you
the
might think.
perfect tokenomics for a currency. For something that's meant to be spent freely.
Like the dollar, right?
Yeah.
They print dollars every year.
Yeah. Sailor said that. They were asked him about Bitcoin as a currency. He goes, Bitcoin doesn't make a good currency. He goes, for a currency, I kind of like something more like a Doge. And he said it in passing, but you hardly hear Sailor talk about any other currency, any other like cryptocurrencies like that. So I was surprised. That was on the Lex Friedman podcast that he did.
If you got a link,
If you just put, I think if you just put Michael Saylor, Lex Friedman, it'll pop up. He's only done one. I believe they've only done one podcast together. This was maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Yo, D, what's your target for XRP, bro? My target was $3, maybe 5. I think I'm wrong on that one, man.
I don't have a target for XRP. I know that I'll be selling my XLM probably 2 to 3 months before Bitcoin tops out. Just off historical, payments topped out about 3 months before Bitcoin last time. So if like you held your XRP XLM until Bitcoin hit its all-time highs, you gave back like 30-40% on it.
Yeah.
So time-wise, yeah, it's all gonna come down to market cap, man. Honestly.
Well, XLM already did its insane move, bro. Like,
Yeah.
Bro, I know you must be happy, bro, because that move.
I'm so hyped. So hyped.
But then everybody's like, "Oh, what about XLM?" I'm like, "Bro, you on like think about what you're saying right now. You're gonna jump on XLM right now. And what is it up for the month?
Nobody wanted that shit when it was running flat, bro. And I understand XRP, people being like, well, I don't know what's gonna happen with that, da 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 da. But XLM was just sitting there the whole time without any of that sort of FUD stuck to it, and people just faded it.
The one people were sleeping on, and I kept on saying it would be the little engine that could was Algorand. Bro, like, hey,
You know what's next? You know what's about to, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, this is just a hunch. But you know what I think is gonna be next to pop that people are sleeping on? That's gonna be obvious when it actually moves, and they're gonna be like, damn, of course. Matic. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yes, Dbloc.
Hey, I sold on my Matic, bro.
I think it's gonna do something stupid.
I mentioned it the other day. The problem is they did something stupid by renaming it to Pro.
Yeah, it's dumb.
That's why it hasn't moved yet.
Exactly.
It's because people don't understand that that's Matic.
That's my thesis. That's my thesis right now, that people haven't really figured out that it's Matic yet, but the second that they do, it's gonna go crazy.
Well, I don't know if they ever will, because they did the mistake of renaming it.
Well, we've got a year for them to actually get some marketing out and figure it out.
Maybe they should rename to Matic.
But I know right now everybody's looking around at utility like, oh my god, duh, utility. Of course, utility is gonna run what hasn't moved yet. And I think that research is gonna lead them to Matic. Yeah, HBAR hasn't done what it has to do yet, in my opinion.
I was very disappointed in Matic breaking down around, when was that? In July, breaking it down another leg. I thought like that's very nice support, retouches from the bottom line. But still holding on to it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, like, some OGs that haven't made a move yet is ICP, DOT, They haven't done their thing yet, man.
I
Like I'm
think
talking
dot
about
I think dot ecosystem has a run, but I don't know if that's gonna be now or later. But I do expect dot to move. ICP's got this year to prove it, right? Last year,
yeah.
everybody kind of gave them a blank slate. Okay, they did you dirty. We're not going to judge you by that. But yeah, this is going to be its year to really prove itself. I mean, it's got good narrative, you know. It landed smack in the middle of all this new tech, so we'll see.
For me, ICP moved a lot very early on.
Yeah, I'm down.
The question is no.
I'm
I
still
mean,
salty about my
I
first $800 ICP buy. Okay.
yeah, but
Oh my god.
that's
Yo, listen.
dilution if you look at the market
Not
cap.
only did we buy ICP at 800 in here, but we were happy to do it. We had just watched this thing come down from like 2K down to 800, and we could not wait to buy $800 ICP.
You're
I
like,
did that.
I got the dip, man. I got the dip.
Man,
I got that with the last boom run with Rook. There was a new launched coin in the hype. Stupidly bought like around $400, and it was like this all time I was $1,600 or something. Oh yeah, we got it cheap, and then boom, collapse everything.
Hey, you live
And
and
I
you
had it
learn,
on
man.
FTX,
Yo,
and FTX is gone.
we didn't know until way after like the role that Sam played with that. I took that one personally because I didn't get burned in FTX. I didn't get burned in any of that, but I got burned on ICP. And to find out he had a hand in that, I was like, lock him up. I don't wish jail on anybody, but lock that guy up.
You know the funny thing is I never trusted. I was like, this guy came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He like, why is everybody so hyped with this guy? And my boy, because I always my friend, he has an afro and I always make fun of it, and he's like, you just don't like people with muffin tops. Nah, bro.
Nah, he was a wild boy, bro. You could tell by looking at him, the dude was off a little bit. But sometimes the smartest people are. Like, look at Vitalik, bro. This dude's sitting there wiping boogers on the wall on camera, like, and he's also the mastermind behind Ethereum. It's crazy. I think that at some point, like, I'm a nerd. I'm just recently realizing that I'm a nerd, and I've probably been a nerd my whole life. And I was just like denying my nerd side. But there's a certain level of nerddom where you lose all social skills, or you never develop them. You know what I mean? And you're just super awkward socially, but you're brilliant. That's one of those type of things.
By the way, something that is still around the bottom. I mean, they started moving also. Loopring and Filecoin.
Filecoin is definitely one. I have to co-sign that. Filecoin and Arweave.
I got really lucky on Filecoin because yesterday when ENS had its move up, I flipped my ENS to File, and now File is having its move up, so it's pretty nice.
Nice.
Just on spot, no leverage. But the reason why I did that is because I remember catching File from 6 to 8 on leverage while I was sleeping. So when I saw it was around $6, building a double top there, I figured, let's not short it. Let's actually break out long it, and then.
Yeah, you know which project I've been loading up on, and like, hey man, I get a lot of mixed reviews. Is Reef.
Oh, bro, I got so wrecked in that, man.
I think that's what the problem is. A lot of people have a bad history with that coin.
Yeah. Dude, I've been loading up on it since it was it got sub penny, and I mean sub almost like, I'll tell you, I started loading up on it, and I'm even on a leverage position on it, but it's a scalp, so like I'm like my take profit is at 100%. I already took out half the position. That's my stop loss. But yeah, man, I got in on that 0.0011. That's when I got in on that. Because like I remember seeing it like on the heat map in the RSI when it was just blowing up, and I was like, dude, this thing has been cooked for so long. it's gonna drop eventually. And then as soon as they delisted it from Binance, which I don't even know why, because you can't buy it on spot, but you can trade it on futures on Binance. They went to hell, you know. But it reached a penny. So yeah, man, I've been loading up on it, man. I mean, I'm not adding to the position until it gets to its next level. But
Yeah.
all the founders, the projects make sense. All the founders are docs. They're still on X, on Twitter, on Telegram. They're still doing their AMAs. Like, I think that's not a BS project, man. I mean, you never know.
Yes, and Los, Mina, VRA. Mina specifically. Mina's so like high tech though. I think Mina's super slept on. I'm just worried that retail won't get it. But
Any
Mina's
thoughts
been
on
one of my early plays.
any thoughts on Betcar? Betcar? How do you pronounce it?
I'll take a look at the chart. What's the ticker?
BADGAR. Betcar
Formatic?
DAO.
Yeah, it's a DAO.
For Matic to make a comeback, we need a fight between Elon and Mark Zuckerberg. Now that he bought Twitter, you know, Twitter vs Facebook fight. They're gonna organize an event like that, or at least speculation that there will be a fight like that will make.
Man, we've been
Matic
waiting
keep
for
going.
Elon Zuckerberg fight for how
To the
long
roots.
now?
Well, as long as the fight doesn't take place, we can wait for it, right? So
I don't think that's gonna happen, bro. Those guys are worth way too much money, bro.
I don't think
no.
either one of those boards is gonna sign off on them stepping in the ring and punching each other in the face.
Nah, it would be a jujitsu, I think, only. I think it's jujitsu only.
Of course, it won't happen. But what we need is news that it is gonna happen. You know, fake news that it's gonna happen. That's all. And that'll bring attention back to Matic, no? Because when you think Zuckerberg, you think Matic normally. If you've been here,
Well, I think OP took the shine from Matic away. Because
yeah, but is there a link with Facebook?
Nah, it was that whole Disney shit.
When you think
yo.
Facebook, which crypto comes to mind? Yeah, that's
It was the Disney hype, and then having them fall back on Matic that I think kind of made people look at it different. Remember, they had really big Disney hype at the beginning of this run, which is why they ran the way they did, and Facebook and all that too. But they were lining up the partnerships left and right.
Yeah, but that timing was wrong. Bitcoin wasn't done dumping.
Yeah, crypto became a scam after that. Everybody kind of made some space. We had all that things with the celebrities endorsing. Kim got fined. Everybody sort of backed off of crypto. Didn't want, publicly to have any sort of connection. That kind of screwed Polygon.
I remember Helium, bro. When Helium got exposed, I mean, I still got a Bobcat. I'm not gonna even lie, bro.
Badger looks fine here. Badger broke out, came down. It's retested. It's holding. It's a SR flip. I wouldn't want anything to do with this underneath 2.4, but you've already got a bit of a bubble there. The chart looks fine. Chart looks fine.
I don't know anything about it
yet. Yeah, I don't know anything about it fundamentally. I can only look at the chart, but chart doesn't look bad.
Same here. I don't know anything fundamentals about it. Just loaded up around 270.
Hey, a question is, I'm not asking for just opinion. If you had to rotate from Sheeb, would rotating the bonk be a good idea?
In my opinion, yeah. And it would all come down to that bonk listing on Robinhood. If that rumor is true, and like I said, that rumor, the original rumor was Bonk, Pepe, and Whiff being listed on Robinhood. If Fast forward a couple weeks now, we've already had the whiff and the Pepe listing, right? So if they do get listed, then that gives people something cheaper than SHIB, way cheaper than SHIB. Unit price. You remember, all retail cares about is unit price, right? You can buy a dog with hat at $4 plus, for one, or you can buy, bonk with a shit ton of zeros.
And everybody thinks it's gonna go to $1.
Yeah, that's how you do the math. Yeah, a shit ton of zeros. You bought a bunch. You got 250,000 of these things. And you're like, if it just goes to $1.
Yeah.
But
What I
between those two,
personally-
me personally, between SHIB and bonk, I'd probably sleep better in bonk.
And I just did the rotation, but I already did it, but I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that
Yeah.
because I just did that yesterday.
No, I'm not mad at that.
What I personally did is filter on CoinGecko or on this other platforms. You filter on what is available on Robinhood and what's available on Coinbase, and just pick the coins from there
Yeah,
and load that up.
the trifecta is what you're looking for: Coinbase, Robinhood, Crypto.com listing. Or, if you're not in the United States, then Coinbase, Robinhood, and Binance. Well, four
We had
cycles had a single top, and one of them had a double top, but that was them manipulating price, trying to get some cheap Bitcoin for that Bitcoin futures ETF listing. So I think that you almost, if you're being responsible, you have to assume that the double top was the anomaly and not the rule. All right, red vector down into the bottom of the right shoulder. That measured move is played out already from that bearish channel. Still have two measured moves that haven't played out completely from the other two bear flags. But that would break this inverse head and shoulder. Right, if we go lower than 961. Actually, if we go a little bit lower than we are here, it would break it. What's going on, Drake?
Have you ever messed with Cornucopias?
Yeah, it's one of my gaming picks on that blockchain. It's like the only real racing game for Web3, or that has any sort of like racing in it. But it looks dope. Game looks cool as shit.
They were on our space last Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in on that, bro. Like I started checking it out. One of the guys in our team, he's a beta tester for them. He's been screaming like for a while, and he's gonna get a lot of them Kopi tokens because he's doing all that testing for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. I mean, it's hard for me to buy it. Like that, the racing is the only thing that's like got me a little, because like I'm still kind of, I'm not sold on that whole metaverse stuff, man.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking at it as a game. Just ignore the whole metaverse thing and just look at it like a Web3 game. Will people play this? And more importantly, will people that are speculating on games think people will play this?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is for like me, like the only, and it's not a metaverse, but like the only game that like I've seen people play a lot, that's like kind of like be crazy, is Grand Theft Auto. Like just people running around and doing stuff. Like I don't, and I'm not a gamer, so I'm probably wrong. you know. But like I've never seen a game that like that just can hold its hype for a long time, you know.
I mean, Call of Duty's been Call of Duty for a long time.
Yeah, but like there's no
Need for
that's like not like
Speed,
it's,
like Need for Speed has been,
yeah, yeah,
people
yeah,
stand
yeah.
in line for that, for the new one that comes out every year, the same way that they do for like 2K, or they do for, Call of, it's just different genres.
But Call of Duty, like you gotta fight. Like you're gonna. It's not like there's like a world that you run around and do
No,
crazy
I
shit.
hear
You
you.
know.
That's my type of game. I don't really like those like super open world MMO type of games, but tons of people play them.
Uh, a friend of mine used to play this game, and if you died, you had to start all over again. It was like, and then you could go to like these really like dark places, and you could get good stuff. But if you die, you lose everything. I
Yeah,
start
I
all
know.
over again. I was like, yo, that's
I
really
already play a game like that. It's called Real Life. I don't have
yeah,
I don't have time to add a second life.
yeah.
This guy's lost.
They're gonna sweep that liquidity, man.
It's possible. I hope this inverse head and shoulders holds because the pattern would just be too pretty. But we could
Which
come
liquidity?
down.
The
We could
100K
come
or
all the way
90K?
down to 957, low 95s, and this right shoulder will still be valid on the larger time frame. It'll just
What's that
invalidate
EMA
the
ribbon you
smaller
have
one.
there? Or do you have VWAP on your chart?
Not right
Or
now,
no?
no.
What's that little purple line? What EMA is that?
That's
Or
the
do you use
that's the
EMA?
800.
Oh yeah, because you're like me. You don't use SMAs. You use EMAs, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I use EMAs as well.
That's the 800, and we're breaking the 200. So unless we hold here and push back over, I have to assume we'll target the 800. That'll get both of these measured moves taken care of. And it'll officially put in, our right shoulder. The bottom of this right shoulder was 9562. So you could even come down underneath that a little bit and still be valid.
Educational was the reasoning why you use EMA instead of SMA?
I think it just does a better job of tracking price action, in my opinion. It gives me less fake outs, and it keeps me close enough to what regular retail is looking at, so I can get that sort of self-fulfilling prophecy off of it too. But I know a lot of people that use SMAs.
Yeah, I have always been using SMA.
Yeah.
Only use the 50 EMA. But only on the higher time frame for the weekly to see the trend.
Go naked, baby, naked.
What's good,
What's up,
Joe?
brother? Just got back in the lab a little bit. Been grinding. Still bearish though.
But the
Hard
big
time.
difference is really just how sensitive it is to price action. Right? The SMA, what the SMA does is it gives you like an equal weight across time. EMAs give more weight to recent prices, to recent price action. So it weighs that heavier with the movement of the EMA. So the EMA moves faster, moves sooner, moves before, pivots first. So if you look at it like the EMA is really just the SMA with a multiplier.
Will Neo ever reach $200 again?
Who?
Neo, the Chinese.
Oh, I don't know.
Was it?
I don't know. I'm in that SOS sticker. Chinese company that just announced that they're holding Bitcoin on the books, calling it the
SOS?
Chinese MicroStrategies. Yeah, SOS Limited.
I don't know. SOS. That means help.
Yo,
It's true.
you know which one you know what I've been stacking, and I know it's mad risky, but like, dude, like I think they're gonna get it done. Is Lucid, bro. I mean, I'm a little underwater. My average, I got it down to $2.20. Um, dude, I mean, I don't think it's gonna go like it did. Remember, I don't remember it hit like $89 when it was remember the SPAC craze
Yeah.
like 3 years ago. But I dude, I can see them being at least $5 or $6 next year.
Those are both stocked, right?
I don't know. Is Lucid the electric car company in China?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lucid is like
no.
the
Don't mess with
Tesla
no
competitor.
Chinese EVs, especially now. They're an American company.
My problem with
They're,
Lucid is like me personally, I try not to bet against Elon, and they've made a business against it. I mean, like
I
they've
would.
made a like I don't know, especially
Yeah, I was
now.
just gonna say that.
to be honest, like I think that they're not trying to compete against Elon. I think they're just trying to provide like a higher quality.
Yeah, it is more luxury. It's more luxury oriented EV, in my opinion. Teslas are kind of basic, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
When you
Hey,
look at
plaids, they're not made very well, bro. Like for what you pay, they're not made very well.
when you look at the Lucid chart, it's going to zero. So the risk to reward upward is amazing. It's infinite almost, right? Because if you just get back to like, you don't even need all-time highs to make money on that chart. If you just get back to the SR at $5, you did the 5x upward. So if it just gets out of being a penny stock, it's already amazing P&L. Risk to reward.
Mel,
Problem
you're
is,
right. Ordinals have kind of died down a little bit. I think they'll have their run, but Runes kind of took the limelight on that. Sorry, Lucy.
no problem.
And Runes didn't even do that good either, though, right?
No, Ordinals had a big hit off the block, but I think they'll move again. Bitcoin gets back over 100K. All your BRC20s, your Runes, your Ordinals, all of that shit's gonna move.
Never happening, man. No more 100K. Say goodbye, fellas. We going down.
No, yes, temporarily goodbye. You know, shake
Hey,
out
Dbloc,
people.
yo, you know, like I think I don't even understand NFTs, to be honest. Like I got the basics of it, but I can tell you, man, I have like 5 or 6 of them, and all of them have been trash. Now I got Karma Flux NFT, and basically it's like you buy the NFT and you become part of a Flux node. Hey, that thing, I paid $50 for it. Every month, religiously, I look at my MetaMask and $10. I mean, I know that's not a
It's the
lot, right?
difference.
But
Yeah, it's the difference between like just a profile picture NFT project and like a utility NFT project.
Yeah, it has an actual use case.
Yeah.
dude, it's already paid for itself. And the funny thing is I don't get Karma. I get USDT.
Yeah.
Well, you know, liquidity pools now are you can put liquidity pools in NFTs basically and have access to liquidity pools via NFTs. They do that like Uniswap. You get a Uniswap liquidity NFT and bang, you're in there.
Yeah, I just like I haven't done enough like research on it because dude, it's just hard to even I think you gotta like do a lot to get in there, and I still got more to go on the trading side and the basics. So I just been watching them. I tried, man. And I'll tell you, like I made a crazy amount of money when NFTs first came out, dude, and it was risky. I paid like it was like 5 ETH for this game called Atlas.
Yeah, I
it was like
remember that.
well, dude, I remember I had 3 computers all loaded right when they were gonna drop the spaceships, and I was going for this weird looking. It just looked cool for me. I didn't know what I was doing. I got it. It was like 5 or 6 ETH. This is a long time ago, but I remember I sold it for like 15 ETH. 3 hours later. It was crazy.
Yeah, because the liquidity is so low on there, they pump really easy.
And it was at the top of a bull market where everybody had money, bro. People were playing the wash sale game left and right. NFTs are great to wash sale with.
But yeah, man. I mean, dude, I know a guy was holding on to a Bored Ape, and I just can't see it going back to where.
Well, so just look at the CryptoPunks, right? CryptoPunks about 4 weeks ago were sitting at about 70K, 80K. Right, that was basically their bottom, lowest they've been for like a really long time. Now they're back up to like 170, 160, 170. So it's starting to pop up, but the thing is, it's not all of them, bro. Like, there's so many NFTs. If you're not part of a strong community, and it's really just a flex, right? People with money have to want to be part of that community and need something to show off that they got money. So they got to get the monkey, they got to get the ape, they got to get, At this point, if you're in crypto for a long time, it's almost like sacrilegious to not have a crypto punk. But these are the things that keep that sort of stuff going. But it just all turned into NFTs. Imagine these same projects, right? These same NFT projects from the last bull run, and just imagine them as memes now.
You mean they all turned into meme coins?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They all turned into memes. Like, instead of being non-fungible, they said, no, screw it. We'll go fungible. Everybody gets the same NFT or the same meme that represents the same Pepe or the same Brett. And they learn the community game, right? So they just build the community and they have it as fair launch memes instead of, minting rare NFTs. But it's the same game.
Yeah, you saw that it's called like Draco or Draco. It's called the ticker is called Video. It's on base. I mean, the whispers are coming of a Coinbase listing. I just can't get into that stuff, man. I just do better trading OG coins.
It's a
I saw
speculative
the
bag. It's not it's not meant to be the only game. It's just something you do on the side.
Yeah, I just like I've just been the bag holder so many times. I just do better like that peanut setup. Hey, I saw that peanut setup and I was like, all right, bro, like I'm not gonna buy this on spot. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna put, like $300. I'm gonna 10x this thing and see what happens. And bro, like, hey, sculpt that thing, made 3 Gs on it. I'm sitting my last position on it, and then I'll just take that and rotate it into something right.
Yeah. All right, we're to the bottom of this right shoulder. Let's see if we could actually hold here.
But yeah, I felt like I FOMO'd into Dodge, man. But I'm telling you, bro, it's so frustrating, bro. And
Doge will do it to you, man. Doge will make you FOMO.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, I'm really good at getting my levels hit, man. Like that's the one thing. Like I get my levels, and yeah, I FOMO'd into it. I couldn't. I had like 3 different levels of a buy, and not one of them hit. Dude, one almost. Like I was like, I looked at where it bounced from. I'm like, damn, bro. Like, what am I doing wrong here, bro?
Yeah.
Next to Doge, you can add XRP as well. It will make you FOMO.
I heard a lot of XRP FOMO on here the last couple days.
I ain't touching it.
I heard a lot of it. Let's get rid of this
man,
bearish channel because it already played out. So let's clear the chart up a little bit.
I'm gonna tell you guys, like I've been just I'm in an XRP. I have a bag and I'm also in a trade. And I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, uh, it follows. I mean, it follows TA pretty decent. I mean,
Now that it's moving,
but yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, anything that has volume follows TA. You just need that
the
volume.
problem is we couldn't get it to move. So all the TA in the world, you could draw all the measured moves you wanted, but without that volume, it just sat flat.
and I told everybody, hey, if you believe in XRP, 51 cents. Like that's what like this whole year, 51 cents. Like it was basically a stable coin. 51 cents. Once they had that news that it was like at 38 cents and it just ripped to what it do, like almost like 84 and then 51 cents. Like honestly, I had buys at 51 cents. And that's what I would do. It would rip, and I would, and then once I got into a leverage trade, 51 cents is where I took the leverage trade, and then I got out.
I will be honest. I took some profit on XRP.
Good.
I don't want to bet. I don't want to be a backbone
for
XRP.
$2. You know, 190, 195. That's what you should front
What?
run. It's $2.
Well,
you know it's
nobody's
gonna-
ever gonna shame anybody in here for taking profits. At least not me.
Profits,
Yeah,
baby.
I was gonna say, how couldn't you?
Uh,
The all-time high price discovery. Even if we are to go to $5, it's not gonna go straight up to $5.
Yeah.
No, we haven't hit an all-time high on I mean this cycle, but
It's pretty close. No, like, isn't it
wait, bro,
1.9?
let me go look at. But I thought it was $3. I could be wrong, man. Let me see.
Yeah, people suffer
All-time high
from
of XRP?
people suffer
No,
from
it's-
recency bias when it comes to these things.
No, it isn't. Well, I don't know about 10 years ago, but compared to the previous bull market high, it's there. Yeah.
I mean, the $3 was manipulated by Chinese exchanges. So I don't know if that is fair to compare that was the all-time high, but yeah, on the charts it is, but it was hardcore manipulated.
Oh, not necessarily manipulated either. I mean, sometimes there's just like a major listing and there's not enough orders on the book, and somebody just wicks the chart because he's doing big buys there. Like
XRP always does
China.
weird things. So remember when Coinbase added XRP again? It didn't do anything. It did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, because
Everybody's
there
like,
was no volume.
no, it helped a little bit when it relisted. It definitely helped.
I don't know. I've been under the
I mean-
impression that anybody that wanted XRP had it already. It wasn't difficult to get.
Yeah.
You know.
Kraken, like you could have gotten it if like a US people could have gotten it from Kraken. You couldn't get it on Binance US, but Kraken was a way to get it.
Yeah, but the Coinbase listings always help out, like give extra, support on that volume movement. Brings in a lot of more volume when you're listing on Coinbase.
Oh wait, so Binance has it at 199. Let's go look at CoinMarketCap.
I'll be right back, yo.
I'll be honest with you guys. I think my target was $3 on XRP, and I think I'm wrong. I think $5 is wrong. I'm not in the
30 cents. 30 cents.
I'm not in the $15 camp like a lot of people are, but somewhere between 10 and 5. Because $5 was like my best, but I was like $3. But I honestly think I'm wrong on that.
I think everyone's wrong because I think everyone's too bullish up here, and people are thinking we're gonna go until the sky. But I'm thinking gas is running out.
Man,
You're gonna see
so
XRP back at 30 cents in my
you-
opinion. That's just my
do you
opinion.
see? Do you see global liquidity? There's a lot of what's the guy's name? I'm trying to think of. He's like a Chinese dude. I'll
Justin
try to
Sun?
find it.
Justin
Huh?
Sun?
Yeah, that
Justin
guy.
Sun eating the banana? Yeah.
Did
That's
you see?
all.
Did you see the whole thing with the charts that he did with global liquidity on how much money's actually sitting on the side?
Of course, there's always money sitting on the side, but a lot of that smart money is not going to buy tops. They're going to wait for a Black Swan event or something interesting to happen.
Yeah, patient money is smart money, man.
Exactly. Like me, I always have like a bag ready for a Black Swan event, even if I'm like, allocated 100% of everything that's in my portfolio. I always make sure that like in a matter of 5 minutes that I can have money onboarded onto an exchange to take advantage of that, like we had with the COVID dip. That's where I was able to make a lot of money on that. I mean, big money's made on opportunities like that, like Black Swan events. So I think we're going to have something, even if the market stays bullish. It's either going to be, who knows, cyber attack or something, but they're cooking something to shake up the markets a little bit. If not a global market Black Swan event, a crypto Black Swan event might happen. So I just say stay prepared.
Man, I
There's
just
2
there's
dates.
so-
We even
guys,
know
I'm
when.
gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of things lining up to and then this is where I'm agreeing with you. There's so many bullish things lining up. Like when everybody's bullish, that thing in the back of your head when you've been in crypto long enough, everybody's bullish.
Yep.
You're like, damn. Look, perfect example. Like I'm a believer of the Kramer effect. The only reason why my account didn't get wrecked that bad when we had that drop is because I took a short. As soon as I saw Kramer saying he was bullish on Bitcoin, I took a short immediately.
Yeah, that's the inverse Kramer effect. Yep, it's real.
And like people are like, dude, I was like, bro. First of all, it was a hedge, and by the way, all that did is help me take my account from 15K to 28K by being able to short, take that money, and add it when we hit that bottom to my positions. So I mean, for me, like I said, I know we're not really supportive, but like as when you're like a pure TA person, the news really shouldn't matter. But I mean, there's some people, dude. Like my friend, dude, he trades the moon cycles, and he does well with that shit, man. I don't even get it.
Well, yeah, because the moon cycles, I mean, think about it. They still have a, not subconscious, so a subliminal effect on the markets and the global markets. Everything was based on when crops were grown, when crops were cured, when they were, reaped and sowed, all that stuff. So it goes with the moon because all that stuff is cycles of solar and moon cycles.
One of my friends told me it's about energies. Like light is energy. When you have full moon, you get more reflection, you get more energy, there's more positivity. I was like, it might make because like I don't know if any of you fish, but like sometimes when we fish for shrimp, I know it's full moon. That's where you'll get the most, But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, the idea
I'll
of
be
being
honest.
bearish is good. The problem is the timing of it. You might be 6 months early to be bearish.
That's fine. I mean, I can still play a little bit with some play money, but my majority holdings, I'm keeping that secure. I'm not gambling it on the top, and I'm going to keep on slowly growing my dry powder until I feel like there's a black swan event or something big enough for me to say, okay, let me take opportunity here. But I think it's a
Let me
safe
tell
bet.
you, one of the best things that I've learned is like calculating like risk management. But for me, like if I like for instance, I hold ARM, I hold a little bit of AMD, and I hold a lot of Nvidia. And then whenever I start seeing turbulence, I'll buy some SOXS, and whatever I make from that, because it's a 2x short on the chip sector. So whenever I see turbulence, I'll buy those, let them hedge me out. You know what I'm saying? And then that money I just pump it right back into into my spread of my of my chips. And like for me, that's what I'm trying to do with my positions. I'll tell you, I've played 4 shorts. Only one of them played out, which was the Kramer one. The other 3 I've been stopped out on, trying to hedge my position, to make up for the way down, to be able to add once we get that nice bounce. But I mean, yeah, man, the shorting has been hard. I was telling D, I was like, yo, man, I'm pretty good at nailing these down, but like, lately it's been a little hard to hit some levels and to get the shorts right.
Yeah, I think, and then I've never done leverage trading or technical leverage short, but I would say the safest bet is you have to have enough cushion in your trade to give yourself at least 3 weeks to a month in the movement to see if something plays out, because you're a target there. Like everyone, that's market making, they can see your order in the book and they can liquidate you pretty easy, so it's a whole different ball game. And you got to stretch out your liquidation levels. So, give yourself a big buffer and just have conviction in your position and stay in it. Because I think right now, a good play would be like stretching out a short from here on Bitcoin, and giving it maybe your liquidation level of 103, 104,000 Bitcoin, and just letting it ride, and giving
Yeah,
yourself cushion.
Well, we're
but
in a minute. Like I'm a range guy, so I wouldn't do it. Like I became profitable by being a robot. I have a set of rules, so I never trade in the middle. I trade 4-hour time frames. You know, and then enter on the 15 or 3-minute. I do scalp once in a while. But if it's like I'll scalp if I'll take a day off, you know, and that way like my mind is 100%, you know, and I'm scalping low time frames. But yeah, man, I mean, where we're at right now, I personally, for Bitcoin, I don't see a position right now. I think we gotta wait.
Yeah,
You know?
DCing into 3x 3xs BTC 3s. Yeah. There are 3x.
I will
short
tell you,
tokens.
so in the next cycle, I will do inverses. I wouldn't do an inverse now, but the next cycle I am gonna do inverse perps because
Yes, it's so OP.
well, no, think about it. Like, dude, you do 3x, right? At
No,
the bottom.
the 3x tokens are not inverse perpetuals.
No, not 3. No, I'm saying an inverse perpetual, but you only do 3x on the inverse. Like, you don't do like 20x on an inverse perpetual. I mean, you're just asking to get liquidated for that. But like a 3x on an inverse on BTC, you know, once we hit the bottom of the range of you can hold that trade for 3 years, man, you know. And
Yeah, I mean, you can hold it
no
on
better
a
way,
3x.
no better way to stack Bitcoin than an inverse, you know.
You do that, like you said, in 2 years. It's bear market stuff. Yeah.
Well,
When you want
I
to
wasn't,
accumulate.
yeah. No, I was gonna do it with ETH, and I had the ETH and the inverse perp like ready to go, and I was working, and it didn't hit the target. I would have scaled in, but by the time I got back, I wasn't willing to risk. You know, I only have 5 ETH. I don't have a lot of ETH, so like I wasn't willing to risk my 5 ETH on an inverse perpetual that I missed the target that I wanted to get in. You know.
These coin marginated futures are nice when you expect a bull market. Yeah.
Yeah, they call it coin margin. I mean,
Yeah.
I've always seen it as inverse.
Yeah, inverse perpetuals, same thing. Yeah. It's just that your collateral is crypto. But you know that now it doesn't make any difference because on the new high tech accounts, you can have anything in your margin as margin for your trades. You can even have unrealized PNL as margin for your trades. They're
Jesus.
really, yeah, it's crazy what they're doing with these new accounts.
Yeah.
It's really crazy. Like if you don't want a TP, no problem. You can use your unrealized PNL to open other trades, and you know.
Yeah, I have a buddy of mine that he'll start with
Isn't
5x and crank up the margin, and use the money that they give you back for cranking up the margin to hedge the position. Like he does this full time.
isn't that conditional?
Hmm?
You have this switch on the most of the exchanges. You can
Oh
long
yeah, no, I have.
conditional long, then it will hedge what you have on gains.
Yeah. So whenever I trade any asset, I switch to isolated, hedge, and multiple TPs. Like I don't do like
Same
one way
here.
trading.
Same here, but now you can have like portfolio margin. You can have it's even bigger
Yeah,
than cross margin.
like there's a lot of new instruments. I haven't learned them. The one I do want to learn that a buddy of mine has been doing is the liquidity pools for the exchanges. He's got like a 3x on there, you know. He put like 10 grand,
Yeah,
you know,
you can
he's
borrow
like
money to provide liquidity on markets. Yeah. You can even have leverage on that. Yeah.
but you know, like for instance, I got kind of pissed because I had a bunch of stuff I had a bunch of stuff staked, and I got fucking I even with my VPN somehow I got geofenced and I didn't get any of the airdrops. I was like, I got to figure that one out. Because when I was like, why am I not getting these airdrops? And like, you're in the States, I'm like, shit, I'm using a VPN. So, but what I'm thinking is when I created that wallet, I didn't have the VPN. So, but yeah, like staking, I think is good for passive stuff. Like I have all my dot staked.
I unstaked it because it takes 30 days to unstake. So
Yeah,
you know,
I'm on bonding
in case it does
in
something
February.
for Christmas, if it does something,
I don't stake any, man. Nothing. Never done. I will never do. For other personal reasons.
if you have a good exchange, it's automatic anyway, but it doesn't give much, but it gives like 1-2%, and it does compound over time. Because like on Bitcoin, I'm getting 0.5%, something like that. It's very small. But I looked the other day, and well, when it stays there for years, well, it's something. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's automatic because when you activate that flexible saving stuff, any coin that's left in your spot account automatically gets put into earnings.
Yeah. I'm staking USDC right now, and I'm staking a lot of it.
You will get more than what you get from the banks. So it's
Are you,
good.
are you staking it like on Coinbase or your own wallet?
I have a
Like
few different platforms. I'm experimenting right now. So my majority is on Coinbase, but I'm doing some DeFi staking too, just to see which ones. There's some pretty high yield ones that I'm experimenting with. Those ones aren't that safe, obviously. You know, the higher the yield, the higher the risk. But it's an interesting game to find.
But when you're doing DeFi, at least you're using your own wallet, man. Like I'll be honest with you, man. Like all the people that were staking via DeFi with Celsius, they all got their money back because it was their wallet. Like, you know, like but the people who put their money directly on Celsius, they're the ones who got screwed. And I was one of them, by the way.
Yeah, no, I use my own wallet.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's why like I use Kepler. That's kind of like the staking that I do. I'm not really too much not like knowledgeable on it, but I do it. And then the only exchange that I trust is Coinbase. I don't trust any other exchange. And even then, like, you know, I'm always transferring to my ledger. But
I'm also doing this thing called abstract transaction object mining, and it's basically almost like cloud mining, and it's been spitting out. It's been giving me my rewards. It's interesting.
The only
Yeah,
exchange I trust is the one that shuts off when there's too many people connecting. That's kind of odd.
It's happened to me with the only exchange that it's never happened to me on was when we had Binance US. Coinbase, when I've had that happen a million times. Where
Coinbase
I
is
know, I know. That's why I find it odd. You would only trust the one that actually has issues constantly.
No, I mean, but they've all had. Like I use ZoomX now, and
no, they didn't all have. No.
Once in a while,
So,
it'll show I have 0 positions, and then it'll pop up again when there's extremely high volume.
That's just a client-side glitch. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
The problem is the servers, yeah. And I guess American exchanges get targeted more than European or Asian ones. Well, I don't know why, but in America you have more issues with your exchanges than we do in Europe. No, I've been trading for a few years now. Not 1 second has it been offline. Like not a single second.
Well,
Whether
ZoomX is not in
servers aren't distributed that well. The servers are distributed better for per customer in Europe than there are in States, and like they get jammed very easy. These servers, there's so many users.
Yeah. Maybe they get attacked. DNS attacks, whatever. Like maybe they get attacked. I don't know, but Coinbase, no. Coinbase, I know it's just a liquidity problem. They have to calm the markets down, so they shut off. That's as simple as that. And they even tell you, "Don't worry, your friends are safe. Come back later."
Yeah. They always tell you that. Yeah, don't worry. But then you're pissed off because you're like, bro.
It's to wait for the storm, and then once the liquidity is obvious. I mean, once the prices are stabilized, they reopen. Because it makes sense. You need a mechanism to slow things down. Yeah? When the news hits and it spreads like a virus on Twitter and everybody connects to Coinbase to sell, the answer is 0. Price would go to 0. Literally 0. When you have like 100%
there's market makers. No, but there's market makers. No, there's so many market makers dedicated counterbalance that.
He doesn't have enough. If 50 million people connect to press sell, Market maker can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it depends because you have institutional market makers, and these people, 50 million people, some of them selling on
Yeah,
$10.
well,
You know?
yeah. Now with maybe on Bitcoin, okay, but on the alts, they just all go to zero. So they have no choice but to shut off. And it's the same in the stock market, and that's what they do when a big stock drops too much. They stop for 10 minutes. They pause the quotations. It's so people relax and think about what they're doing a bit and don't act under panic. Yeah? It's to calm the panic. Oddly, they don't do it to the upside, right? They should also do it to the upside, in my opinion, because when Bitcoin pumps 20% in a 15-minute candle, I guess it doesn't do that anymore. But
The only thing that I want to say is, not your keys, not your coins. Don't trust any exchange.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Not even Coinbase. Don't trust any exchange. If you don't hold your keys, that means it's not your coins, bro.
Well, let me add to that.
I don't trust myself. Sorry.
Let me add
Hey,
to
I
that.
learned that the
Hold on, guys.
super
Wait
hard
one
way.
sec. Let me add to that. It's not only that. You can have the keys. You have to understand contracts too, because you can have crypto and somebody can still move it out of your wallet if the contract's not renounced. So you have to understand that as well, because you can have the best wallet, really good operational security measures, but if you don't understand contracts a little bit or have a website to verify your contracts, people can move stuff in and out of your wallet. They can freeze your tokens. They can blacklist your tokens. They can whitelist. So it's very important because you could have your keys, but it might still not be your crypto.
Yeah, man. That's where, like I said, I always tell people, especially the newbies, because I deal with a lot of newbies, and they're trying to, they talk to some degen, and they're like, yeah, this is a smart contract, and they don't even know what a smart contract is. Never done do, and I'm like, dude, don't do that. I mean, you're just asking, and even look, I'll give you a perfect example. There's gonna be a launch of a coin, right? And they're on Telegram, dude. These scammers on Telegram, if let's say the coin's gonna launch at 9 o'clock, like at 8:58, they'll create a spoof that looks exactly like that project's Telegram
Yeah.
with
So
a
other
honeypot
that's for
contract.
snipers. That's to get the sniper bots. So it makes it hard for the sniper to snipe the projects at an early price. So they
No, but
make
it's
it
a
high.
honeypot, and people will use that they'll be like, project is launched 2 minutes before the actual launch, and then what they'll do is it'll be a honeypot contract where so you put your tokens in there and you're done. Like
Well, yeah.
that's
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, sometimes that's even done by the project themselves. Like, devs are known to do that, and like everybody's anticipating a contract drop, and the dev will put out and publish 5 or 6 different honeypots until the original comes tweeted under his tweet, and those honeypots are for the project as well. But it's more to attack because he says, the dev will say nothing is live until I say so, but he'll still make projects under the same name live. So that means the people that are buying, he's saying, hey, they're not following my orders anyway, so I'm going to take their liquidity.
you know what? That's disgusting though. Like if I was a project finder, I would I don't think that's right. I mean, maybe that's what it is.
A lot of them do that, man. But let me tell you why they do that. It's not just they don't. It's not really stealing. I mean, they're trying to trap the snipers that are trying to buy at like $1 million
people
worth.
using banana gun and shit like that.
But that's what it is. It's DeFi. When you live in a world where you don't want some authority figure, some laws to tell you what to do, you have to prepare and know those things are there. And the more you know, the stronger you become. And you can play with those things, and it's like you can put all those contracts up, and it's pretty easy to see because now there's websites like token sniffers, and you can see really quick, is this contract legit or not? And a lot of the times the contract could be legit too. So it's still a risk. If you're sniping, you're always risking. If you're trying to be the first one in, you got to be very careful because it might be the wrong project.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, look, and I'll tell you, I got scammed once, and it was for a lot. It was like 6K, which was, and it was something that I knew, and I can't even remember why I did it, but I got hit with a wallet drainer NFT, and it got me for I was like 6.5K. I was pissed off about that, man.
Yeah, that's bad. That's yeah. Once you have a few more than a few $1,000 in the wallet, I would say don't experiment, make a new wallet, and always play with that. But you probably learned from your mistakes already.
No, yeah. Like now that's why I was telling you, like, hey man, a lot of guys in my group, they'll jump in, like they like, you know, on our teams chat, you know, they call it they call it fast moving logs, and they'll be jumping on like memes on they like to do a lot of Solana stuff. And they'll be just jumping, but like I can't keep up with that, man, and I'd rather just I'm doing fine trading, you know, OG stuff than, you know, doing these like, you know, and I know you know, you can make a lot of money on them, but it's just the, you know, the in and the out and you know, having,
Yeah, you got to do what you feel comfortable with, and if it's not broke, don't fix it. You know.
yeah, man. Like I always tell people, there's the beautiful part about crypto is there's a million different instruments. Look, I know a guy, he works for Microsoft. You know, he was like, hey, explain to me crypto, and I was like showing him different projects, and I showed him ICP. He loved ICP. He bought, and they're expensive. He bought 3 ICP miners. They were like 22,000 a piece, and he keeps them like in a mining farm that he pays like a fee a month or whatever. Dude, he's made a mint off those things, like a crazy amount of money. Um, and he doesn't trade, you know. He every month he'll put some aside, and then he sells a little bit to pay for, like, you know, the rental fees or whatever. But yeah, man. I mean, there's a million different ways, man. You know, I've heard of a lot of people playing those games, you know, and making mints off that. I know guys who just trade on dexes for airdrops and make a mint on that. You know?
Yeah, I know guys that play craps on the street. They make money on that too. So it's whatever works for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I gamble for fun, man. Like I don't, you know, I
And
set up.
don't get twisted. Everything you're doing here is gambling. So just make sure you know that you might have all the instruments in the world, and you might have all your techniques ready and everything. No matter what you say, you're gambling 24/7.
How about calculated gamble?
Yeah, I guess that's the better. Listen, I
Yeah,
can't
I mean,
disagree with you, right? Because you're risking, right? So we can all say the risk is the gamble, right?
yeah, exactly.
But I mean, I guess I don't know how to mitigate risk on craps. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, yes,
Like
you
I don't
can. You can
I don't know how
calculate
to
your
set a
risk.
stop loss on
You
craps.
yeah, you
I
can.
just
You
say I have
calculate your
$100. This is
money.
what I'm gonna spend, you know, and that's
But
it. Or
yeah, but
200.
that's where you have to maybe educate yourself on how to calculate your risk, because that's you can still calculate risk while you're playing craps, because it's all about how much money you have in your pocket before you play, and how much the game is playing for, and how much you can put aside every time to feel comfortable to keep on playing the game. You know, so that's the calculated risk, and as long as you know how to keep on playing the game, and you see, you know, you're winning, yeah, maybe your calculations are right, but it's still craps. This is all craps here. It's a crapshoot because we don't know what the hell is going to happen. Right now, China could decide to sell their, like, you know, their national market coins or whatever. They could dump the market to $2,000 with one press of a market sell. Like that's the game we're playing with right now.
Only them, it's also if Elon
Like I said, you're right.
manipulates.
I have no idea how to mitigate my risk on craps, but I will tell you, like, I mean, I play like this is the issue when I gamble for fun. I'm not like trying to. I do love playing poker. It's just the thing is, you know, poker, you need a lot of time. Like if you're putting serious money down, you know, for a tournament or something like that, you know, and especially if you're in a satellite, that could be 3 or 4 days.
Oh, yeah.
But
Nothing compared to a crypto trade. You could be in a trade for 3 or 4 months.
well, I've been in the trades, like, so the account, this leveraged account that I have, right? I started it with 300, dude. It's been 3.5 weeks. I'm at 27. So, you know, and I started with 300. I dumped another 300, and I took my money out already. And all my if I get stopped out on, I'm in 13 positions. I'll leave with 24 grand, and I'm at 27,000. So like I'm not complaining, but like I guess I don't know how to do that, you know, with craps or with roulette or, you know, I
Yeah,
play
even
blackjack.
a coin toss, you know, 50-50. You can still calculate your risk and knowing how much money you need to walk away with. You know, that's calculating your risk. Basically, you're like, hey, before you do the flip, you say, I'm not going to play unless I know I can walk away here with $50 in my pocket. So that means if you have $2,000 in your pocket, you're already calculating that you're only playing, you know, $1,950, you know, because you want to make sure you walk away with that 50. So that's your first step of calculation, risk calculation.
Yeah, my blackjack rule is okay. Let's say it's 500, right? Because usually, like, unfortunately, I'm in Florida, man, and dude, like, if you go to like the Hard Rock, dude, it's $25 a hand, you know. So you need to at least have $500. So my rule is, all right, if I double up, I'm taking that 500, putting it in my pocket, you know, and then the rest, you know, if I double up again, then I'll take that, you know, and then like and then after that, it's kind of like no man's land for me. Like then after that, I'll be like, yeah, you know, I'll be a little bit degenerate, you know.
Oh, yeah, especially
But
if you made your money back and a little bit more, then yeah, you have
yeah,
the right because you calculated your risk and you're playing no risk after that. You know, if you already got your money back, the rest for the night you can consider no risk plays.
and like I said, it's just a good time, you know, because people are like, you know, gambling is like I don't like, for instance, when I go gamble, I'm usually with my friends, man, and it's good times, you know, and like. Well, sometimes when we go to we love gambling in Puerto Rico, dude. You can go to a craps table in Puerto Rico, and the minimum is $1 on a roulette table or a craps table, even the poker tables. You know, $3 if I like that, dude. That's a good time, you know.
Well, I mean, you could live a week off $3 there.
Well, listen, I'm Puerto Rican. It's not.
Hey, you
Puerto
know,
Rico,
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it goes a far way.
no, no.
Long.
Well, so Puerto Rico depends where you're at. Is how, like, for instance, if you're in San Juan, the food can be very expensive. But like housing is really good. And by the way, if you're a crypto, now here's what I always tell people, because like I have my residency in Puerto Rico, right? Like, if you want to, you don't pay capital gains on on crypto in Puerto Rico. As a matter of fact, you don't pay any gains, but that's if you have to pay 10 grand a year. 10 grand a year to a nonprofit in Puerto Rico, and you don't pay gains on your crypto. You know what I'm saying? But you have to pay 10 grand a year. You know what I'm saying? So, and you know,
And
you have to
do they
make,
make you pay? Do they make you pay that 10 grand if you don't have any gains, but you still were in the market?
uh okay, so once you have to, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, like,
Uh-huh.
it's either A or B. A, the good part is you don't pay capital gains, right? So it would be like any other, like any other gain. You know, you pay, let's say you make $5,000, you pay whatever your tax bracket is for those $5,000 on the crypto, right? But if you want to be like free ranged, then yeah, it's 10 grand a year.
I see. Interesting.
And you have to have your residency. So that means that you have to have an ID and you have to have a property that's under your name, and they'll ask you for like a light. Well, okay, you don't have to have a property. You have to have your residency, and like, for instance, one of my friends, I hooked him up because I have a property over there, and the internet is under his name. He pays the internet, you know. So that's how he was able to get his residency card, and he's under my address, you know. But yeah, man. I mean, it, it's just another tool, you know. Uh, you know, that's what we're doing here, man. You know, it's figuring out, you know, how to how to how to keep as many of your gains, right, and making gains,
Yep.
you know. And by the way, guys, it took me a long time. Like uh, I was I got wrecked. I made a bunch of money and then got wrecked because I didn't listen to my mentor, you know. I learned the hard way, and then, you know, now I know better. But it took me, man, it took me what, 5 years? Well,
Well, you got to be careful with that too, because there was one time I listened to my mentor and I got wrecked.
so the reason why I didn't listen to my mentor is because of stupidity and greed. And my mentor, he's been so the way he got into Bitcoin is one of his good friends, and he was like a business partner, owed him a lot of money, and he's like, I can't pay you, but I can give you Bitcoin, and this is in 2011. So he had a substantial amount of Bitcoin, but that my mentor has been a millionaire and living in his Jaguar, a millionaire living in his now he's a multimillionaire, and yeah, that's not gonna happen now. But yeah, man, when he got me into crypto, he gave me the best because I used to own an AV company, and I did all the automation for his house, and I became super cool with him. And he's the one who put me on, and he gave me the if I just would listen to him, dude, I'd be a millionaire right now.
Oh man, tell me about it. I got so many stories. This one guy in 2015, he was telling me, he was my neighbor. Like he lived 2 stories below me in this apartment building, and he was like, "Yo, I got this Bitcoin miner. Just give me. I'm like really low on cash. I need it, and I want to sell it to you because I got 2 of them." And it was like he needed $150. And I was like, I heard a little bit about Bitcoin. I was like, what? Digital cash? That's a joke, man. That's like the mark of the beast. You know, I was all like conspiracy theory. Like, I'm not touching that. That's like, mark of the beast stuff. And it's fake. And it's going to lead to all this other stuff in the New World Order, blah, blah, blah. That was the stupidest thing I've ever said and done. If I would have grabbed that Bitcoin miner in 2015, and like the way he had it plugged in, he had it like hooked up in this one connect in Romania, and I could have plugged it in the same connect that I would have been paying electricity to. It's like, man, oh man.
What do
like
you
I said,
guys mean with mentor?
like the person who kind of like you taught you about crypto and gave you
Okay.
advice and kind of taught you what you know, like you know
Got you.
so
I'll
yeah,
be right back. I'll be right back at that one.
the guy who got me into crypto, his name is Jeff, man, and dude, he gave me the best advice. And I took it in the beginning, made a bunch of money, and then I started watching YouTube and kind of like didn't listen to him because I was just dumb. Like I'll be honest, I wasn't taught finance, um, you know, and I didn't understand it, to be honest with you. Now I do. Now I've educated, and now my son's 14 years old, and he can tell you what levels are. He can tell you RSIs. He knows how candles work. And I forced this on him, but he has a crypto portfolio. He has to do his budget every month with me. He has to allocate stuff, and it's just because I'm putting this in his head now, and I've told him, I'm like, listen, when you go to college, and I'm not even forcing him to go to college. So if you want to go to a trade school and learn a trade, that's fine too. It's the same thing. Um, but I told him, I'm like, you're gonna have a choice of, you can go get a job, or you can learn this, and this will give you enough to, to pay. And like I said, it was a long journey with him, but now he's super interested. And dude, the kid right now, hey, he's 14 years old. He's got, I think, like $4,800, that he's made in crypto. And the good part is, what he doesn't do? He just doesn't like cash it out, and he does. He likes to play Roblox, and all that stuff. So, but he has a an Excel sheet that we work on together that has his budget. And for me, I mean, listen, I'm not sure, but my family, like, nobody taught me anything about those things. Nobody talked to me about finance. And think about how important it is.
Yeah, legal assistant.
Nice, well
Like,
done, bro. Teach him what is needed. Definitely.
yeah.
Right on track.
I'm always telling people, listen, teach your kids finance. Even if you don't know, buy something, get them to read it, because, um, especially, so look, think about, like me, I'm 44, right? Um, my son has no patience for research because he can access it instantaneously. He doesn't have to go to a library like I had to do that, right? So that's kind of like the mindset of, like, the youth of today, right? And in trading, we all know, you don't have patience, you're getting wrecked. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is, but in finance, I told my son, I'm like, listen, this is gonna annoy you now, but I promise you, you're you're gonna thank me later on, you know. And I've already created the habit in his head. You know, the habit, he knows he has his allowance, he has his responsibilities, you know, he has to accomplish them or he doesn't get his allowance. And then on top of that, he has to manage his allowance. He has to allocate his stuff. And it's taken me a while, but now, you know, and it's not 100% there yet, but it's gotten a lot better, you know. And you know, for me, if I can teach him that one thing, he'll be good for for the rest of his life. Because what I don't want is, you know, I know a lot of people, man. Listen, I know people who are in credit card debt, and in the United States right now, I'll show you a chart on the amount. We're higher than we were in the COVID era. There is so much debt right now, and these credit card companies, they're enslaving people. Who can pay off $50,000 paying 24, 30% uh uh um interest? You can't pay that off. It's impossible to pay it off. So, you know, I've told my son about like credit cards and stuff like that. And, you know, when once he becomes 18, he is gonna get one, but he knows how to use one, you know, because you gotta have credit too. It's not like, you know, unless you're a millionaire, you know, off rip. You know, I'm trying to teach him those things because for me, I wish I would have known that at a young age. I think that, like I said, it's the least taught. Like, think about what is, look, at the elementary school, they're teaching kids how to count dollars, pennies, nickels. And when's the last time that you use fiat? But I used to carry cash all the time. Now I don't. I never have cash. Never. It's because everything's Apple Pay, Venmo, you know. So what is teaching a kid how to, you know, that's all they teach them. They don't teach them about, you know, budgeting and, you know, what interest rate is, you know, and you know, you're paying 30% interest on $100. That means that 30 of those dollars that you're paying, it just that doesn't even go to your principal, you know. And then just do that times 10,000. Do that times, you know, 20,000. So,
I
you
mean,
know,
I have been for so many years in school, but never ever has anyone teach me how to deal with the text papers and stuff like that. It's very, I mean, everything in the world has been changed except for the education. It is still the same. It's so
no,
stupid.
well, you know what I'll tell you? You know what's changed? How expensive it is. Let me tell you, the school that I went to, I paid in total $31,000. The other day I looked for the exact same program. It's like 78 grand. And I'm thinking in my head, what kid can afford that? You're gonna be paying that for so long, you know? But times that look, here's what I'll tell you. For instance, let's say you want to go into cybersecurity, right? The path of you still need education, but the path of education is not through college because what they're going to teach you in college, by the time you graduate, it's irrelevant. You do it the certification route. You take, you know, if it's cybersecurity, you do Cisco, you do Fortinet, you know, you do Microsoft. Like, by the way, like you have all those certifications, it's weighted like a master's degree, and you'll get a job way faster, or an internship. You know, because by the way, you graduate with a master's in cybersecurity and you have no certifications, companies aren't going to be interested because if they have a Cisco platform or a Fortinet platform or Palo Alto or whatever, they need somebody who understands that, you know? So I always tell people, I'm like, you know, if you don't, you need education no matter what. But like, you know, if you want to be a mechanic, you don't need to go to a college for that. You just need to get, you know, you want to be a mechanic for Honda, you need to get all the Honda certifications and then you'll get that job. Because remember, college just does two things. It gives you the basics and it shows people that you can finish something. Because it ain't easy, you know? And hey, I don't have I just have a bachelor's. I don't have my master's. But to be honest with you, like like my bachelor's got me theory, but like it's the certifications that got me my job. But yeah, man,
I didn't finish my school as well, man. I went
I
just
mean, I finished.
through.
I just didn't. I didn't go for the masters. I once I did my bachelor's, I needed a. I wanted to do the masters, but I found I got my career, and then I did all the certifications, but there's no value for me to get a master's degree.
Same here, man. I hope crypto will save our lives. And we will all go to the moon. Let's wait for that.
Do you work in cyber?
I work in AV. I don't work in cyber.
You
I
work
do
in
like government, audiovisual, college type stuff.
okay. Yeah, I remember you went to FS.
Yeah.
I don't want to dox you, so I said FS. Yeah, my cousin does that. I think he's like he's either like a sound engineer or like he works in like concerts and stuff in Atlanta.
Oh, so he's probably a show production guy. Are you
Yeah,
doing like live sound?
for music, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's good work, man. It's long hours when you do show production because it's you're putting it all together unless you work like at a concert hall, but like when you're doing show production, you're moving around, you got to put it all together. The event happens, and you got to take it all down. Not easy work, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he's like an audio engineer. He came over for Thanksgiving, so I was talking about Gala to him. I was like, "You heard of Gala? It's a crypto." He's like, "Actually, that does ring a bell." And I showed him the logo, and he's like, "Yeah, I've seen that before."
There's a guy in our group. His name is Jim. He's got like he's got the Gala node. He's got a Gala node. He's got the popcorn, which is the movie node, and then he's got the music node. I mean, dude, the guy, I think he has like 1.2 million Gala. He's got a stupid amount of Gala. Um, he's really understands that ecosystem very well.
Yeah, Gala's my biggest holding, just about. Gala's doing well, man.
Yeah, my biggest bag is Lido, and I'm probably the only person uh that is big on Lido. But it's done very well for me. And
Yeah,
Lido is basically liquid staking for ETH. They have the highest TVL for ETH, like by far. So their total value lacked of ETH, and basically liquid staking is basically you'll give them you'll put your ETH in their protocol, and then they'll give you wrapped ETH, and then you can trade on DeFi. Um, and you're creating gains. It's risky because you're creating gains. But like you have to give them back, the wrapped ETH, to get your ETH out. So if you get wrecked, you're done.
Bro, I just got this new mouse and it won't stop blinking. It's so annoying. Black Friday. My Bitcoin Crocs came in finally from Bitcoin Magazine. They sold 2,100 of them.
Bitcoin Crocs, that's hilarious.
Yeah, bro, look them up. They're white. They got like blossoms on it. What was that?
We're taking a little dip here.
Oh yeah.
Are you gonna see with me?
Yeah, man, there's just a lot of tools out there. Like
New daily countdown.
on the stock side, man, I love like the leverage ETFs. I think they're awesome, man.
Oh yeah, and I know those. TQQQ or whatever.
Yeah, man. I mean, I can give you guys a list. So I mean, you guys should just research them yourself. But I usually use them for hedging, or like if I want to get some, like I want to get into like a sector, because the good thing is it's kind of like a spread, or you could, but like now they have ETFs for everything, man. So like success is if you want to short semiconductors. And then if you want to you can play volatility, VXX, and they're all triple leveraged. The one that I made the biggest killing on was Nail. And that's a triple leveraged building ETF. I got it when when we were getting out of the pandemic that we just tanked, dude. I got it like at $40. It's at like 148. I sold 50% of the position already, but yeah, man, TQQ, like SOXL is if you just went along the semiconductor space. And then there's SOXS if you want to short. The great thing is it's leveraged, but there's no liquidation. And dude, by the way, these ETFs, they even pay dividends. So like if you hold them for like 2 or 3 months, you even get dividends on them.
Yeah, then we just got a new monthly candle.
Yeah, man, like that's what I always do to hedge now. Like when I see we're gonna take a dip on crypto, I'll buy some micro strategy short. It's
Yeah.
MST.
Gargle with warm salt water.
MST.
Yeah, and MicroStrategy.
MSTZ. Yeah, MSTZ. The 2x short.
Or you just buy puts, right?
Hmm?
You just buy puts.
Dude, to be honest with you, like I only do options when I see rotation of market. So like because I only do leaps. I don't do short-term options. So what I do is I use ETFs to hedge short term, and then I do options 2-3 years out. So for instance, I'm almost done cashing out on, but we're in the bear market. I took out 10 Riot, 10 Mara options, and I 10x'd those each one.
Wow.
And I paid 158 an option. I sold them for 1370. That was Mara. I didn't make as much on Riot, I'll be honest with you. I think I like 8x on Riot. So but yeah, so basically I have 5 each on But then, so in November, I'll start buying I'll buy 10 puts, 10. I'm probably not gonna do right. I'm gonna do Mara, and I'm gonna do MicroStrategy. But there'll be leaps. They're 3 years out. So that way I can play volatility on them. You know, so basically as soon as they rip down, you take profits and you've paid for those options. And then you can, you can play around with them. But like you guys know the cycle now, so you know how to cheat. You're basically cheating. You know everybody here probably knows the 4-year cycle. So think about it. In November, you buy a bunch of puts on MicroStrategy, Riot, Mara. It's taking money, it's taking candy from a baby. But what you don't do is buy an option that expires in 3 or 4 months. No, you buy an option that expires in 2 years. So that way you can ride them down to hell.
Do you notice time decay on those leaps or not really?
Well, so yeah, so Vega's not gonna kill you. So basically, yes, your time decay always matters, but when you buy leaps, that's exactly why I buy the leaps that way. So I don't have to worry about getting crushed on because my time decays there and now the option's not worth as much because we're your own, unless you're in the money, right? Then you just sell it. But yeah, my Mara and my Riot options are they're still way in the money.
Nice.
Yeah. It's just weird.
Because think about it, I got them when Riot and Mara were $3 or $4. My strike was $10. So I'm in the money like a motherfucker.
What are they at now? What's Mara at now?
Mara, pull it up. $27.
Wow. Ooh. Yeah, I was I'm trying to get some internships with those guys. Mara, MicroStrategy, I'm fine.
But yeah, but like stock, mostly my stock is like old man stock, Coca-Cola, Morris, Apple. I don't do like, and then I have a DGen account where I do like leveraged ETFs. I don't use margin because I don't want to get margin called or anything like that. Because like I said, there's so many tools now on the stock market that dude, dude, a 3x in the stock market, man, you play it right, it's sweet. So like for instance, like MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy has a 2x, a 3x ETF, short or long. Dude, just imagine if you do this. Once we hit November next year, you just buy 10 shares of MicroStrategy short, 2x short, right? Let's say you do $5,000, or let's say 1,000. Let's say you buy $1,000. Pull up a chart and look at the volatility of MicroStrategy in the cycles. And dude, that is it's literally you'll 30 or 40x your money just on a 2x short or long. And like I said, don't believe what I tell you. Look it up. Look up MicroStrategy, what they've done from the beginning of this cycle.
Oh yeah, you told me.
And look up the others and just look at the how. And by the way, MicroStrategy has outperformed Bitcoin. So yeah, it just look at it yourself. Look at the charts, compare it to the 4-year cycle, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
I think Nvidia did as well, from Bitcoin earlier this year. I tried to do stocks, but I felt like I'm waiting for nothing. It's so slow, zero margin. I did at least. It felt so slow. I felt like then I moved back to crypto. full all in crypto, man.
Whatever works.
Yeah, I just added that to my calendar. That's a. I looked at the chart. It looks pretty volatile. I didn't know they would have a short ETF for MicroStrategy. You are right. They do have a lot of tools in the stock market now. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, I can. If you guys want, I can give you the leveraged ETFs, so you can play. Dude, you can do the research yourself, but like you can play sectors, you can play one stock. Dude, you can short MicroStrategy, you can long MicroStrategy 2x, 3x. There's ETFs available for that. And like I said, some of them even pay dividends. So if you hold them for 3 months, they give you dividends and everything on them.
Yeah, I haven't traded like that for a while. I don't really plan on it, honestly. Like the most trading I'll do is like swing trading, and maybe I'll exit a week or a month after I open the position. But I haven't done that in like a few months. I'm just riding my positions, bro. It's a lot less stressful, I think. And I feel like I'm keeping, instead of taking partials, I'm just letting ride. So I'm leaving. I'm not leaving as much money on the table.
Could you explain us how those 3x ETFs work? Like these instruments that add leverage on and are supposed to follow the price of the underlying asset. How do they work? How do they make money? How how does the fee system work? What's that net asset value thingy?
So
Why does the leverage change? Because you enter a 2x leverage ETF, but actually the leverage is changing. It's not always 2x. It's going sometimes 3x, sometimes 1.5x.
no,
Then they change the price. At one point, they close it and it opens higher, lower. Like, do they manage to really follow the asset's price in the end with your experience? Like, didn't you
yes, they
sometimes end up with
yes they do. If it's an ETF, some of them will give you like it's like you're paying a 1% fee or a 2% fee because they're managing the
that's per
leverage
year,
trade.
right?
Yeah, it's per year. But like I said, the cool thing is some of them will pay dividends. It depends on which one you go with. So that's basically they're capturing that like I said, that's how they're capturing gains on it, right? But like I said, if I use them to hedge, like I said, if I'm in if I see some turbulence, I'll buy some of those ETFs, right? So once it rides down, I can take that money and pump it back into my single, right? But like yeah, so now they have ETFs. You can before to short you had to have a margin account. Now you can just buy an ETF and short with 2x. So it's a pretty good tool. You just have to read how the ETF works because some of them have uh um like they're based on futures, so they have an expiration. I don't do those. But yeah, man, I mean
It's
each
the reason
ETF.
why they stop trading if market dumps more than a certain percentage. It's so that these ETFs can reposition their prices so people don't get liquidated. That's how you can guarantee there's no liquidation. It's because the market will stop trading if price drops more than 30%. So a 3x ETF is not, yeah, the safety is in place so people don't get liquidated. But the asset value just goes to zero when that happens. And yeah, because if a stock drops 30% and you're 3x short on it, yeah, you're left with zero. 3x long, I mean. Yeah, right. If you're 3x short, you just doubled. Well, no, you did more than doubling. Whatever. You did. Yeah, you doubled. Yeah, I do a bit like you. I love those 3x stuff because there is no liquidation. Also, it's more like for DCAing into a trade, it makes it a bit easier. But the fees are annoying, honestly. It is more expensive than just opening a 3x trade on the contract. Especially because you always pay fees, you never get paid like you do on contracts.
Hi guys, I gotta go, man. Take it easy, man. Have a good night.
Thanks for all the stuff. But yeah, DCAing into a short ETF on MicroStrategy. Oh no. Right now you're holding a nice loss, but yeah, eventually you'll probably make it back.
After crypto, I will do my research on the stock market, how to invest over there, and how to trade over there.
No,
I did just randomly opened via my bank to invest in some stocks, but I don't know any broker or any other stuff where to trade stuff like stock. But it's very good to educate
you know,
yourself also for that world.
these big successful exchanges are starting to open those products too. So I think in a few years you will just be able to trade stocks on crypto exchanges anyway. So because they see it as competition, huh? People who only trade crypto, well, they wanna take a share of that market.
Yeah, most of the crypto YouTubers also started like looking at stocks already.
You know, if
And
the
when
new
they
only trades crypto but doesn't trade stocks, it's a bit of a problem for these companies. So, well, they'll lose revenue. So they'll probably partnership with the crypto exchanges to offer their products through crypto exchanges. It's already starting on Bybit, for example. You can trade commodities now. I can trade oil on Bybit. That's a bit odd. Yeah, it's very odd actually.
I see it as next. I mean, they need to make money even in the bear market, so offering stocks will increase their revenue. True.
Stocks will be going down too during the bear market. Nah, they go together.
Not as hot as crypto one. At least I think. We should have a look in the data to see how much volume will be gone from exchanges during bear markets and bull markets. I think it will surprise us.
How much?
Maybe the volume, like how much volume disappears when we enter the bear market
Oh, it increases.
during a bear market.
Well, on the big red candles, it increases. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but that
For
is
for a trend to change, you kind of need some volume. I mean, you don't actually no, you don't need volume increase, but
yeah, true. But
you know, people are pressing sell, that's why price is going down, or people are pressing buy, that's why price is going up. If you want it to go up a lot, there's two options. Either nobody is selling and then you don't really need volume. That's, I think, currently what's more or less happening. When everybody expects higher, there's nobody selling. So you don't really need any volume to pump. Just need a few buys. Yeah.
Is it not like
It's the same on the
there
way
is,
down.
yeah, but there is no volume to sell. So when they start selling, it's the massive drop because nobody is buying.
There's always a few buyers, but yeah, it's not enough to make price not drop.
Yeah, true.
So it has to go down to the next area of interest.
Stocks.
You do get when everything is boring. I guess you have less volume at the bottom of a bear market. When people stop trading and give up and just do something else, then the average daily volume is lower. High volatility increases volume also. So you got to look at volume by price, move. But looking at that Bybit perpetual on the weekly, the highest volume was at 17.5K. The biggest candle volume in a single week was when Bitcoin went from 27,000 to 17,000. Since then, we are on decreasing volume. So bear markets actually bring volume, yeah. That was a huge candle, yeah. Well, 50% down in a week. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
June 2022. Yeah. Did you see the monthly candle? Oh boy! Imagine imagine a bearish engulfing next month. There's no way. There's no way. But
I just noticed my Arkham order went through earlier today at 250. It was one of those ones I had sitting up there waiting. Arkham looked like it now 2.544. My order filled at 250.
It was on what?
Arc M.
Ah, okay. Nice. Interesting to see Shiba and Beam trying to pop when BTC is dropping.
The double bottom or not? Can we get a low? Oh, we just did them. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I mean, if you're really bored, that was $5 low on Bitcoin. I guess it is a 5-minute time frame. Double bottom. Maybe it can bring us back above that white line. The 200 EMA on the 15. And I think it might even bring us quite higher, actually. Wait a second.
What's good, Zusi? What's going on, everybody? I
Hello.
just got back to the crib. Give me 1 second. Couple
I
minutes,
took
I'll be
3
on.
trades because I'm bored, I guess.
It happens.
I've been waiting for like 4 or 5 hours now. Time to press a few buttons here and there.
Give me a second, Zusi. I'll be right back. I'm just getting back to the house now. Hold on.
Watch out, man. I have these days as well, and then those race will run against me. But if you're doing it fine, then good, man. But watch out.
Yeah, well, at least I try. But a double bottom is a double bottom. I mean, if that candle closes, we'll see where it closes. There's 3 minutes left.
I don't know how it works on the smaller time frames, but something that I have learned on the bigger time frames, double bottoms doesn't exist, double tops doesn't exist. The same like unicorns. It doesn't exist also.
Well, it's a definition. What do you mean it doesn't exist? No, crypto tends to put higher highs and lower lows rather than double bottoms, but that's just it's what happened on the latest swing points, but
Yeah.
I can find
Yeah, I don't know.
30 examples of double tops that played out perfectly in like 30 seconds. Well, we're coming from a double top. Look
Yeah,
at
I don't know.
Jasmine, look at Solana. Solana double topped at all-time highs. Yeah, it was a higher high, but
Yeah.
if you look on a daily chart, that's
So double tops doesn't exist, so it will break.
no. But well, how does it work? So, I think the correct definition or one definition, you take the left candle, you draw a square with the wick. So for a double bottom, you take the close of the candle, like where the body closed, or the low part of the close, or the close of the candle. Normally, it is supposed to be a red candle, and you draw a rectangle, and the width of that rectangle, the height of that rectangle is the size of the wick. Okay, and you drag that rectangle to the second bottom, and you can have wicks below your rectangle, but no candle body should close below your rectangle. Wicks are really allowed for a double bottom. So that's why I say, like, on the 15 here, it depends where this candle is gonna close. Yes, we went lower, but it's not closed yet, right? So we gotta wait where it closes. But like, invalidation of a double bottom is when a candle closes below your rectangle. At that point, it's false. Yeah, I mean, by that definition, it's invalid, and then you're supposed to take others. Now, in practice, of course, we have stop losses, right? So if the wick goes to 0 and comes back up, yeah, it's not a double bottom. but that's the definition. Yeah, you draw a rectangle with the wick of the left part, and if no candle body closes below your rectangle, it's potentially you're supposed to stay in the trade for a reversal upward.
Yeah, true. But I was looking at the bigger picture from longer time frames.
Yeah, no, of course this is so yeah, I'm just gonna get wrecked anyway. but yeah, I mean, it's just a scalp, right? Like, if you stay in this and go to sleep, yeah, for me, I know it's not gonna hold, because the whole idea is we had a huge move up, time to get a bit of well, maybe we're not done going up. I don't know. But if I assume we're done going up, and this is actually a lower high we saw on Friday, I don't know. It just makes sense to go double bottom at 90K to me.
Hmm.
And if 90K doesn't hold, that's a different matter. I think it will hold. Yeah, I really think it will hold actually. But if it doesn't, then yeah, 85 is a good area to do a double bottom kind of structure too. Yeah, even maybe triple. Crypto likes triple stuff.
Yeah. But the 90K was 19,800 or something like that. I think that was the bottom. The bottom was in, I think.
It is the bottom of the current structure. Yeah. Is it gonna stay the bottom? Maybe not. I don't know. Me, I longed it and I TP'd it. I'll long it again if we go down there, assuming it is a bottom. Or I'll just break out longer 100K. I'm fine with that too. Like, why not? Actually, why not? Yeah. Probably a better trade than playing a 5-minute double bottom here and hoping it'll that goes to 110K. That's probably not gonna work. Yeah.
The 50 MA is moving downward. 128 moving average on the 4-hour is catching up with the price, so that should be bullish. The 1 hour, let me check.
Well, it's bullish as long as we're above it, but the probability of price being below your MA increases as long as we're just going sideways here.
Yeah,
So
true.
it's more
But
and more easy to break. Yeah.
the 1 hour is sitting on the mountain line.
The hourly is at 95,600. Yeah, that could be a support if if people continue taking profit on Bitcoin to buy shitcoins. Yeah, that could be. It's also the real bottom of that inverted head and shoulder. On the
But
left.
look at the markets. The money is flowing
5, 6.
right into memes at the moment. I mean, Doge is popping up, Shiba is popping up, Wave is popping up. Only the memes are green lighting up at the moment.
Shiba is lagging behind, so it makes sense for it to pop up. But talking about Shiba, it's at gold. Well, never mind.
Yeah.
It's at golden pocket, yeah, of its bear market.
Or I have too much memes in my watch list.
No, you're right. Well, you also have a double top play on Shiba, while Bitcoin gives a double bottom, but that's on the daily on Shiba. You're right, yeah. All the memes are going up a bit, yeah. Nothing crazy though, right? Like 10% up on Shiba, like doesn't really impress me. And Doja, Doja doing an amazing job at staying up there above 22 cents.
Well, it interests me, Shiba. I have a decent bag, so.
Nice. Actually, wait, I might have some too, but like small amounts. I'll go check. I'll probably have some actually too. I think I bought 650 or something like that. Forgot. Maybe I sold it already. Yeah. I probably sold it already.
In the previous pump, I hope he sold and buy back in. When was that? In March. Yeah.
I remember 650 as a number on Shiba. 750 or 650, somewhere there.
But looking good. Doge also looking good, trying to break. But need some more. Need to push harder.
The hourly, not the 15. So I'm like, wait a second. Why didn't that candle close? It's the hourly, yeah. Let's look on the 15. Yeah, I was on the hourly there. No, it is still a double. Yeah, there's nothing invalid about my double bottom for now. But yeah, if we close a candle below 96,146 on the hourly, but also on the 15. Maybe it's the same stuff. Actually, it doesn't matter. Then it is not valid. Yeah. For now, we're playing with it. I guess TP would be well at the top of the weekend range. Was that 97 too, somewhere there. Although, if you are bearish, if you feel bearish about crypto, having tomorrow a pump that goes above 99.6 would be a good thing for bears. Yeah, because it seems like it's still too early right now, so it will probably end up in failure. So I think for bulls, it's better if we don't even attempt it. Continue sideways here, cool off. Big time frame stuff is gonna start to cool off. Like that daily RSI will come back to 50 and all. Like we'll be ready for another huge move up. Of course, we can have a huge move up tomorrow too. But it would
That
be.
will leave also a CME gap again.
Yeah, that's okay. We can. I mean, gaps are created to be left and filled eventually. There's no hurry. Some of these gaps took 6 months to fill. Yeah. So there's really no. The 77K gap is on every chart in the world. It's not only about crypto. Something else about that. As soon as people are, right now everybody's FOMOing Trump. It's like the Trump FOMO. People are happy. There's going to be change. I mean, they're in the hope phase that the future is going to be better because there's political change and all. But in a few months, years, they're going to realize exactly like last time. Or that's what happened with Biden too. That's what happened with Trump last time too. In 1 or 2 years, they're going to be disappointed. Because in the end, politics matter, but it doesn't change that much stuff. So once we'll get in the disappointment phase, that's when these gaps are going to be filled. Maybe we'll fill much more than just these gaps, but it makes sense, right? If fundamentally we pumped up because Trump got elected, because people felt happy about, felt the future was going to be better, then as soon as people feel the opposite, we'll fill those gaps. So they can stay there for a while. Yeah. They can stay there 6 months. Typically, they fill quickly, but it's already been 2 weeks. A month. It's already been a month. Yeah. Well, it's been a month. The longer the time passes, the more likely it is to not be filled anytime soon, actually.
Yeah. And by the way, on the CME chart, we make even a higher high.
On Bitcoin?
Yeah.
It's
well,
okay.
a higher high wick.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that makes a bit sense because we're seeing bearish weekends on Bitcoin in the end. I mean, not bearish, but downward sideways weekends. Like people trading during the weekend are selling Bitcoin to buy alts. It's potentially an alt season we are in. Well, it is an alt season we are in.
So we should pump on Monday.
Yeah. Well, it depends what's going to happen tomorrow. Yeah, either we'll start tomorrow or Monday. Yeah. But we can't really pump. We're at resistance, right? I mean, yeah, but your pump isn't going to be huge here. Yeah.
But
to 99.5, yeah.
There's also one more fact, and that is that all the bears will be killed this bull run.
The bears want to kill the bull run? No, man. The bears are...
No. The bears will be killed this bull run.
They're already dead. Look at that. No, see, there hasn't been very. I mean, there was like 2 good shorts that sold in the last year, 2 years even. So, you had to hold short from around 70K, and you could play that twice actually, and TP pretty quickly, well, 55K, 60K. between 70 and 60K, there were a few shorts too. Well, while it was range bound, if you had identified early on that we would be range bound, that was a gold mine to trade. Yeah, that's so hard to do. I'd like to try to get better at predicting if we're gonna go a bit sideways or not. Here it makes sense, man, to go sideways. Where we just had a huge move up. Yeah, sideways. Make people run out of patience again. But
if we go back to
doesn't
70,
fit. This is not the time to go sideways. I don't know.
if we go back to 60, 70, I will sell my kidney, bro, to buy more.
To define a range, we need a resistance and a support. When you look on the daily, that year of sideways we did, you could have started calling it in April, because we already had a down up down move. Whereas right now, when you look at Bitcoin on the daily, man, you have nothing. Like there's maybe you can call we're gonna range between 99 and 90K, but we would need to confirm 90K a second time, and yeah, maybe you can say we're gonna be range bound between 99 and 90K for 6 months. Yeah, maybe.
No, man, please don't say that.
It would be very good for alts, if Bitcoin. The problem is, if Bitcoin pumps to 140K, it's gonna retrace down to 100K, right? So if your alt doesn't have time to pump while Bitcoin pumps to 140 or 120, then on the way down, it's gonna probably be hurt more than actually Bitcoin, right? Because Bitcoin will just come back down to retest 100K, while your alt, if you're in an alt, you don't necessarily want Bitcoin to just go up like hell. Quite the opposite, actually. You wanted to, you want to see people buying alts, yeah, after you bought.
Yeah, that's true.
And the opposite, like right now, if Bitcoin dumps, it doesn't make sense. I don't think he's also gonna dump crazily if Bitcoin dumps down to 74K. Yeah, I mean they'll dump, of course, but I don't think it won't be as. It probably won't be as bad as it would have been a few months ago. It's gonna be hard to make people give up their alts here. Well, it depends which alt, of course, but I'm thinking the good alts, the Solana.
And the sideways action, like you mentioned, is good for us. I mean, we get our money from the alts mostly,
That 90K dump scared a bit people, from what I heard, which is a bit surprising, but whatever. If now we go back down to 90K, it's not gonna work, no? Like they're not gonna be scared again. The same level,
But
right?
if they get scared from, like, how much percent is it? Maybe 10%, but
so you might need lower to scare them.
what I mean, we always have 30% corrections. What are they gonna do then? I mean, they will then lose their mind.
Well, if it's only 30%, it's cool. Sometimes it's more than that. Like summer 2021 was 55% correction.
55, yeah.
Yes, summer 2021. Like if you were to do a 55% correction right now, which honestly technically kind of makes sense because you're not correct. Well, you need to.
Oh, you mean that's from the top to top, top to bottom,
No,
from
the
the double top that we have.
Because we are inside the third Elliott wave, it kind of makes sense to do a big correction. And actually, 50% down would only bring you to the previous low at 48K. Not even interesting. Yeah.
But I don't think
there's really no point in selling, because you'll just buy back 50K if you sell here.
You guys still fantasizing about double-digit corrections at this point?
Well, why not? I mean, we did it in summer 2021, right?
Yeah, but we just did it.
We had 10%. It's enough. It's done.
Not yeah, even before that, just that drop to from 74 to 49. Like we just did it, guys. You guys want to do it again? Like this quick?
No, but not now. But in 2-3 months, probably.
Oh
Like
yeah,
we need a topping
yeah,
pattern here.
yeah.
There's
20
no
20 to
really.
30% corrections for sure. At least 2 of them before
Yeah.
we get to the top of this, and they're gonna be big, scary ones. And for people trading alts, that's going to be the difference between 10xing and 100xing your portfolio, whether you ride your alts from right now to the top or whether you manage to take profit on those corrections and compound.
To be honest, I mean the crystal ball. I don't have it, but I think
Yeah.
end of December or beginning of January we can get this 30% correction.
We'll see.
Yeah,
I
but let's
expect
talk about
ETH to
10xing
be.
portfolios.
I expect
I
ETH to
just
be
want to
above
keep.
4. Have you kept track of what your portfolio is at this point? Because I've been
Yes,
talking
sir.
about 10xing portfolios for like year and a half now. I'm literally 4x away from my target. All I need is a 4x from here to the top of the bull market. Anything on top of that's gonna be frosting, like icing on the cake.
Let me check what I did.
Yeah, it's important to keep track
I
of
did.
that because sometimes we have goals and sometimes we're a lot closer to those goals than we think we are.
I had to cash out around 65K for some personal use. Some fortune of it. But if I calculate that also with it, then I did 7x at the moment.
Let's go. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it's a lot
7x.
easier to 5x, 7x something, and then drop it into something else and get a 3 or 4x than to get a 10x or a 15x in one project. That compounding nature of it is telling you that's where the money's at.
Just this isn't that hard after getting used to it,
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not looking to 2x or even my portfolio. I'm looking to stabilize it. Like, particularly with leverage, I guess that thing goes
You're
up.
above water at this point, though, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, let's say you took all the money at the beginning, in November, and you
Yeah,
just
but if you
dropped it
compare
all
the
into
max,
Bitcoin. Let's say you just dropped it all into Bitcoin. You did absolutely nothing else. Are you up or are you down from that?
I'm up, but
Okay, well then there you go. That's it.
the problem is, man, when you reach high, I reach really nice values before getting wrecked a bit, and like if I compare the maximum point of my portfolio in the past and the current maximum,
No. We're not doing unrealized. If you gave it back, it doesn't count. At this point, right now,
no,
what
but
you're
that's the
holding, would you have more or less if you just sat it in Bitcoin and did nothing?
I'd have more if I didn't have shitcoins. Most of my coins are very down compared to Bitcoin. They're like,
Yeah.
I can go through the list. Most of them are doing, yeah, they did 2-3x from their bear market bottoms, maybe 4-5x. That's all. But Bitcoin also did that. So I would have done if I had gone 100% all in Bitcoin, which I almost did actually. I was 80% Bitcoin anyway. But yeah, no. I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm not necessarily looking to 10x my portfolio. If it happens, perfect. But I'm not really taking those risks. Like, I guess I'm like not very actively trading. Well, I am
But
actively trading.
that's why I asked, because it's really not a risk. Just sitting in Bitcoin to 150 would be a 10x. So maybe you fall short. Maybe you only get an 8x or a 9x, but I don't want people thinking that 10xing your portfolio from the bottom of the bear to the top of the bull is some sort of moon boy target. It really isn't. You can do that safely. Now, if you want to talk about 100xing and all that, that's when you got to go get creative.
All I know is right now the metric I know really good is how much I put money from my bank account and how much the thing is worth right now, and that's
Yeah.
roughly at 4x.
Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
and
definitely good.
if it wasn't for, if leverage had been more profitable, That number would be much crazier than that.
So all you need is a 6x from here to get your 10x.
No, right now all I need is 20% increase to be back at the maximum I ever saw on general when. Yeah. All I need is
From
20.
2022 or from
Sounds
2021.
like a revenge. It sounds like a long-term revenge trade to me.
No, it's just a metric I know more than the rest. You know, I know the maximum. Like when you look at overall portfolio, I remember the maximum I saw, and that's like my metric. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to get back to the maximum I saw.
I hear you, bro. I talk all that shit, but I know exactly what I'm down on, what exchange, and when I'll be back to that point. You know,
But it was
subconsciously I track that still.
That's another reason I had Bitcoin. If I would have just stayed in Bitcoin since I had it, like, let me do some push-ups. 2018, I think I had like 20 Bitcoin, 21 Bitcoin.
Yeah. I think that's a lesson that a lot of people learn after a couple bull markets. Like you become a maxi after being through a couple of these things, even if you don't want to be. I always forget it down at the bottom of the bear, though. At the bottom of the bear, I always get creative. You know, I'm to the point where I stay Bitcoin heavy, but I still try to outthink it. You know what I mean, and be smarter than the average bear. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go grab this one and that one, and I did well, but I didn't have to. It could have easily went the opposite. You know, the opposite way.
You know, I was always like these last years, I was saying I want my portfolio to just follow Bitcoin. If Bitcoin goes up 20%, I want to make 20% dollars.
Yeah, bare minimum.
If Bitcoin goes down 20%, I'm okay losing 20% of overall portfolio value. But that's changing now. That's not the way I look at it now. Now that we're in the third elite wave in price discovery, that's not the way I look at it. Now I want to try to stabilize slowly. You know.
Now I'm the opposite. Now I want to outperform. Now I'm looking to severely outperform
I mean,
Bitcoin.
I'm like, okay, the risk was taken. It worked. Bitcoin is in price discovery for alts this time, yeah. But on Bitcoin, I'm more like, yeah, more starting to. I'm not accumulating any Bitcoin.
Apes, Apes. I don't know if you were here earlier, but that's what I was saying. I said one of the utility plays that everybody is sleeping on that I think is gonna run and do like a XLM or a H bar is Matic. Matic. As soon as people remember what it is, what happened?
Until Bitcoin breaks 100K, my strategy is I'm not buying any crypto that's over 100K market cap.
Okay. Keeping it,
that's a little bit of rhyme and reason. There's a little bit of rhyme and reason.
If I can't buy your entire market cap with one Bitcoin, I don't want anything to do with it. Exactly. That'd be even crazy if you had one Bitcoin to swing with and you were just literally like, look, unless I can buy your whole shit, I don't want to mess with you.
That's where I'm at right now. I'm serious. I'm not scanning anything over 100K. That's the limit.
So you're sitting in things that are only like 1 or 2 days old then, right? Basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In and out. I missed that game, man. I had a lot of fun.
It's fun, dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's fun waking up to some of these. I'm like, oh, word. You know, and I'm not putting a lot of money in. It's like 20 to 100.
Nah, if you're okay with like casually just turning one soul into 3 and just doing that a couple times a day, that shit adds up.
It's keeping me also from. I'm like, dude, I got to do something to sit on my hands, you know, and not like throw my dry powder right now. So now that's just keeping me kind of like, you know, that's just my strategy now. I just feel like until we break 100K, I don't want to touch anything.
I hear that. I've been playing Warframe again. Like I'm getting into like video games to try to keep from doing anything stupid at these areas.
Yeah, like around 70K, I'll be much more comfortable in going in some kind of swing trade than around here.
This guy is on vampire mode, bro.
Yeah, baby.
That's good, bro. That's really good. But I'm
they
too
don't call
tired.
me. Yeah, they don't call me Dracula for nothing.
Dracula.
I'm too slow. Can't follow full-time job aside. You know, no, man, it's not my thing to do, and that's fine, I think. But
yeah, to me, it's just like entertaining because I get a chuckle. Like some of these that are coming out, they're so funny. It's just like what are these? it's digging deep into the minds of the degenerate gambler. You know, basically, like what can come out of that. And
It's
right,
pure psychological trading.
totally
Yeah.
right.
Like you're trading 100% the psychology of whether people think it's cool, whether people think that. Like literally, that's it. No use case, no nothing. Pure psychology and support and supply and demand.
Yep. Like I saw this one project Kevin running, and it was Kevin from Home Alone. I was like, it's already over 300K. I don't want to touch that. So then I started looking for something else, that narrative like Home Alone. I was like, everyone likes a little Home Alone. So now I'm looking for all those Christmassy kind of narratives just to sell before Christmas, you know?
Yeah.
But
Makes
I can
sense.
say one thing: this guy will have his dopamine high when we get there. So,
Drew's gonna. If anything, Drew's gonna feel alive. That's for sure.
Oh man, I'm plugged into 24/7, man. I'm like wired. Yeah, right now I'm like feeling real good. I finally got an email from the opposing party's lawyer, so it seems like they don't want to go to court. They don't want to litigate. They're like, "Oh, we can. I'm sure we can do this without litigation. We can settle."
Yeah, talking
Yeah, I'm
nice.
sure you want to settle.
Yeah, talking nice. Okay.
Yeah, they sent it on the 10th day. I gave them 10 days to reply. They sent it on the 10th day.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Give me a second, then we'll go look through some alts and shit.
Come on, little white line. Don't say no to Bitcoin. But yeah, you're saying no. Huh.
did you, by the way, plug in the code that I sent you?
Yes. Yes, and I talked about it for like half an hour, but I was muted.
Okay.
But it's a lot of work. But you need to turn it into instead of creating a study in PineScript, an indicator, create a strategy, and that way you can try to test its performance, because it gives you buy-sell signals actually. That indicator.
Yeah, but you have to
The
also
way you
know.
use it, but the indicator actually gives you buy and sell signals.
Yeah,
It's those
it's
time candles and.
it's not always a sell, because it can also be a 1 to 4 candle correction and stuff like that. But that is something that you should take the course from this guy, or watch more often from him, and to catch it up from what he's talking about, about it. That's how I learned it. But it's nice. I was just wondering if you have plugged it into TradingView.
Yes, I created the. Actually, I couldn't find it on the indicators on TradingView, so I had to create, an indicator and copy paste it inside.
Yeah.
I named it TD Combo because it's the name of the thing.
It is. It's not available anymore. There is the other copycat, but that doesn't work the same like this, because it has all small labels and stuff like that. It is the most clean version, but you cannot find it anymore. Until this work, I will keep it. If it doesn't work, I will go buy from this guy the original version. But until I have the free, I will use the free one. I don't care. And last week I accidentally deleted the indicator, so I could not get it back. But I know I have saved the template of the indicator. So I was so lucky, bro. I clicked on it, and it was back. I thought, like, yes, oh my fucking god, that feels so good.
You know what that indicator says on Doge Weekly? It's fine. It's kind of funny. It says buy at 0.002. It never tells you to sell. Actually, it did. Sorry. Yeah, no, I didn't. It did
No,
at 1 cent. Yeah.
don't read it like that from the indicator because it is the 9 that the 9 will say if you're at the top, then it could mention also like it could be a 1 to 4 candle correction. So it means you could end up 1 to 4 weeks correction and then move higher again. It doesn't have to mean sell and get out or buy now. It's more like a warning. It depends on where you are.
To sell at 50 cent and then to buy back at 18 cent. But then it never told you to sell that buy at 18 cent. And I get the thing about it's not buy sell signals, but like if
But
you wanna test the strategy, you're gonna need a buy sell signal.
okay, hold on. The weekly says in which week is it? It was the past week,
Yeah.
18th of November. But if you zoom in, let's say on the daily, on the daily, 13th of November, you had the 9. And then zoom back in.
Yeah, but wait, 13th of November. Yeah. So and that the color candle is maroon, so it's a in the code he calls it a perfect sell.
Yeah. And then you zoom and then you zoom in on the 4 hour and you have also the 9. One candle prior before the high, you had again the 9, and that was on 12th of November, middle in the night.
So
And
in
then
9 weeks, this might tell you to buy in 9 weeks if we are to slowly go down.
I think so. At the moment, it is, I think, 1 to 4 candle correction and then higher. Or it will go higher and for another 9 weeks up.
If you look back at 2020, yeah, ignoring it was a good move.
On the Doge, you mean?
Yeah. December 2020, Christmas rally, December 2020.
Daily or weekly?
Weekly. It's a 9. You know, Christmas rally in 2020, so 4 years ago. It's a 9. Then you get your 4 corrective candles, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. Well, actually, only 3. 1, 2, 3. There's no 4. The 4 is an explosion upward, where Doge loses a 0, right? It just does 10x up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's 1 to 4 candle correction and then go
And
higher. And
1,000% up. Yeah. So, so your for this indicator to if you're trading this strategy, you have to wait 3 weeks here, right?
Yes, but
On this time frame.
not if the candle starts trading above the other candle, then you can enter the trade because you will get a green 1, so you can enter, or you can wait for the second candle. So then you have a 2 trading higher than the 9, and then you can enter the trade if you want. If you want to play
That
really
9 is
safe.
there, right? It might change the 9, no, depending on what's going to happen in this candle.
No, the 9 doesn't change.
It won't change, okay.
On which candle you mean at the moment? But on BTC you mean, or?
No, it doesn't matter on any chart. Like once it puts a 9, does it recount and change the
Oh
number
yes,
depending on
yes. It can. Let me search an example. On BTC there is an example, or on Doge if you want, on the 1 hour. 24th of November. Oh no, 28th of November on a 1 hour. it's around 40 cents. So you had the upward for 43 cents, and then you move down. Then if you look,
These are
you have
supposed to be on 13, no? It wants the 13th candle to the downside. 12? Where's the 13? Oh, okay, you got the 13 at 42. Counting bottoms, yeah.
so
Well,
do you see what I see from around 40 cents at 28th of November? There is a green one on 1 o'clock.
yes. Oh, it doesn't.
It
Yeah, then
didn't
you
go.
get your
It
9.
didn't go. Yeah, it didn't go to a 9. Why? If you count 4 candles back, so that's the red 5. This candle has closed higher than the number 5. So it was a 9, but since this candle closed higher than number 5, it flipped to a green 1. So the 9 can change, yeah. And you have to take it sometimes with a grain of salt. If the close is really at the same level and just flipped green with a penny. Well, this is a penny stock, but you know what you get what I mean, I hope. Then you can say, okay, I will count this as a 9. But then it has to be really close to each other. And you can check the dominance if you want. The dominance chart is BTC dominance. It is at the moment. No, tomorrow you will get a. Not today. It's a 9. So the bottom of the dominance chart is in, or it will go for on another leg down. Oh damn it! Shiba's pulling back already. I really want Shiba to pump, man. It has been so laggy behind the rest. And Dbloc, he was right about Brad, man. I took the break from the flag to get in back, but feel sad. I was trying to catch it lower, but it didn't come.
Yeah, that thing doesn't give too many chances.
Yeah. Took a small loss on it, but I don't mind. We have to keep trying, bro.
Yep. Shooter's gonna shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Floki's one of the bigger ones that haven't really moved yet.
Shiba also didn't move, bro.
Yeah, SHIB too. I'm focusing, as far as the majors go, I'm focusing kind of heavily on Bonk right now. I'm just going to play into that Robinhood listing rumor.
I think what Floki slowed down is this triple top, or kinda triple top. This is the fourth attempt, so the next one, when we get there, we should break it massively. But it's also kind of what Bonk did, like 4 attempts. Then it came directly back down and sit on it. I mean, Shiba has, yes, one of the bigger market caps between them. Floki and Shiba and Bonk, but I think people will still remember Shiba as from the past cycles. So I think I will keep in more SHIB than the others.
One thing SHIB has going for it is Robinhood. As of right now, SHIB and Pepe are very close to price, and it's possible that with old cycle, retail SHIB has better name recognition. Just a little worried about what happens when Bonk comes in, because Bonk has a much lower unit price. It's just got more zeros in front of it, so people are,
Yeah.
how that works.
Is SHIB already on Robinhood?
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, SHIB's on Robinhood. That was like the bad news for Doge when SHIB came on, because it was way cheaper than Doge.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have to dig to the internet to get to know what Robinhood offers, because I can't use it.
Yeah.
Nothing very good.
Nah. As far as memes, the rumors that we were talking about like 3 weeks ago were Pepe, Dog with Hat, and Bonk being listed on Robinhood. And then over the last couple weeks, we've seen, first Pepe, then Dog with Hat. So I'm just waiting for that Bonk listing. Unless they were right 2 out of 3, but I'm just assuming that the leaks all came from the same place.
I was disappointed when Degen got listed on Coinbase, because it didn't have a big pop-up.
Yeah.
It did another leg up, yes, but not massively. I was very disappointed since I had a very big bag of it. So that was also one of the reasons. Okay, the Coinbase is not doing it anymore.
You see the candle body close on the 15-minute? It's still inside the rectangle. So technically speaking, this is still a valid double bottom. You can get wicks below, yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't absorbed that supply yet. I mean, that demand.
Yeah, that at 96K. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the candle body closed like just $10 higher than the previous week low on the 15, or the hourly. On the hourly. Yeah. Well, it's easy, man. If we hold 96, we hold 96. If we don't hold 96, I expect 95, 6, no? 95.5. There's another scenario where it's like 95, 900 something.
Try to clear this up a little bit.
96.8.
It's so funny to see someone you click and then click the bin, instead of hitting the delete button. Sorry, bro.
Oh no, listen, I'm the absolute worst when it comes to shortcuts. The absolute worst.
Oh, still your skills in trading field are much better than me.
Before trading, the only time I ever jumped on a PC was to play a game.
Okay.
So like I've never actually had to work on a PC. Oh, let me tell you, I got this job once. Funny you say, because you remind me of this lady that was training me. It was some bullshit office data entry, right? So she gave me a bunch of shit to enter, and I'm sitting there and I'm using my mouse, and I'm like, I can just hear her huffing and puffing in the background. I'm like, what's going on? She was going absolutely nuts that I had to use the mouse for everything. Like, why don't you just type? You're driving me crazy. I'm like, look, I don't think I'm gonna make it here. Definitely not efficient. Let's just put it like that. But at least there's a method to the madness,
Yeah. I'm the basic IT guy, so yeah, I see a lot of people doing weird stuff.
Yeah. Shit, I just picked up this little trick. Oh, and I forgot how to do it already. Hold on. Hold on. Nah, dude. Okay. Wait. I pressed control and it didn't work. There we go. Hey.
Yeah,
Magic.
just a copy. Yeah. Funny, bro. Sorry.
Bro, I used to go crazy doing spider lines. Because I got to drop like 5,000 lines, and I'm like, click, 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 click. It's all good, man. We can't all be good at everything, right?
Yeah, true. I let me tell one. You have these old keyboards that they are clunky. They will give some noise when someone is typing, and you have the newer models that are like silent switches. So when people type, you don't hear that much from the keyboard noise. And there was a blonde lady. She asked me like, "Yo, do you have maybe a new keyboard for me?" And I asked her, "Why do you need a new keyboard? Because you still have one and it's working fine." And she said, like, "Yeah, my colleagues are sometimes complaining when I have to type much because it's giving a lot of noise. It's a bit clunky." And I said, like, "No, you don't need a new keyboard. There's just a switch on the bottom side of the keyboard. You can that, and it will cancel the noise." "Oh, really?" And everyone is watching me from the department, like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And she turns around the keyboard, bro, to find the switch. Bro, we started laughing hard,
That's
bro.
hilarious.
Oh my She believed it, man. I mean, she's blonde. It's a lady. I can blame her, but I mean, okay, man.
We only know what we know, you know?
Yeah. And you will believe what the IT guy is saying, you know.
T36 92.5. You know what, D-Block, that right shoulder, it can go much lower than
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
thinking
It's got
differently.
some wiggle room.
Uh,
I'd accept it even at 94.8 if we went down to that next
I'm
demand zone.
gonna be much more extreme. Even 92.8 would still.
It's just
Because
a comparison to the right. I need there to be some symmetry with the right shoulder.
the thing is, for people who trade inverted head and shoulders, right? There's already one in the chart. It's very downward slanted, but there's already one in the chart, and it had its breakout, and we are retesting 1, 2. Now the third touch should be 95.8 or something like that.
Well, I'll show you why
We're
it really
retesting the
doesn't.
downward neckline.
I'll show you why it's kind of just like it kind of doesn't matter. So like if we do get that head and shoulders with the perfect shoulder or whatever, that would be our measured move, right? 106. If that falls apart and let's say we do get the 92, then instead of a head and shoulders, we'll just be looking at a really large W. So no matter where this right shoulder goes to, whether as long as it doesn't go lower, right? As long as it ends up higher, let's just assume it was there, then the measured move would still be the same, right? You would go from the bottom of the W to the neckline, and you would pull it up. Same measured move. So it would really just be like a real TA nerd argument to sit here and go back and forth over the W or over the head and shoulders. Long as we don't get a lower low. 106 should be the target from this pattern that we're currently painting.
For an ABC move, it's exactly when we get a lower low that I become bullish.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny how strategies are different. Like for me, it would be a good thing because it means that we are in a downtrend. It means I can go long. Expecting that downtrend to become actually a new uptrend.
Dbloc, could you show the settings from your this liquidity levels?
Yeah.
Because I plugged in the same that you have, but I got all these bubbles, man.
Yeah,
That's
you
annoying.
you want to get rid of this thing right here. These market order bubbles, you want to get rid of that. Liquidation
Okay, let me
bubbles, market
screenshot.
order bubbles. This
Okay,
whole
I got a
section right
screenshot.
here, you want all of that off except for the high filled levels. And if you want to see the old levels, you can leave that on too, but it just gives you lines that have already been clipped.
Yeah, that's what I got also. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, get rid of that. Click high filled levels. And then you should be good as long as all the numbers and everything are the same.
What I noticed is when you set the primary data source, when you set it on volume, it will give you more lines.
Yeah, I like setting it on OI and volume. I just feel like it matches closer. It gives you a better idea of the liquidations. But yeah, if you put it on volume only, or some people like running it on CVD, I need to see all of it. So I'll run OI and volume, and then I'll just have my CVD down here. Look at my CVD separately.
Thanks, mate.
Yep. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. I mean, why wouldn't you build on Bitcoin if you can get smart contracts with the security of the Bitcoin network? But I think they're just going to attract different companies. Bitcoin and Ethereum are going to attract different types of projects. In my opinion, in the future, Ethereum will just be seen as the yield blockchain. It really just specializes on staking yield and shit like that. Because that's really the majority of the total value locked on ETH is just there for the yield. And one thing institutions love more than anything is yield bearing assets. Now, as far as the weekend trap goes, it's sloppy trap. Our trap shorts are trapped low. We've already freed the trap shorts right here. So we can get rid of that. Yeah, super sloppy. Our psychological range is being built outside of the weekend trap. Usually the psychological range would be inside of the trap itself. Unless you were to take the trap and bring it down to encompass the whole weekend. But then at that point, you'd be looking at over 2%. Oh no, maybe not. Not bad. 1 to 2% really. So I mean, you could bring all of this price action into the weekend trap and still be underneath the 2%. The point is that the CME close, they usually don't move more than 1% above it or 1% below it. But still, that would still mean that there's no short trap yet. Just like last weekend, we had a short trap and no long trap. This weekend, we've got a long trap and no short trap. Yeah, I mean, I think BRC20s are going to be huge. I went heavy in the BRC20s at the beginning of this whole run. I figured if I wasn't going to be in Bitcoin, let me at least be in something on the Bitcoin network just to sort of capture some of that dominance push that we had. Like Stacks, Sats, Ordi, Rats, all of those treated me really well. Let's see, the two measured moves that we haven't played out yet land us between 958 and 956. That demand is right there. The 800 EMA is also right underneath. By the time we get there, that 800 EMA will be up on top of this demand. That last vector is right there. There's a bit of confluence. Let me check fibs, but I'm pretty sure by looking at it that that's got to be close to golden pocket, just off eye.
Mm.
786-ish. Hold on, let me fix mine. Yeah, so we're at golden pocket now. 786 would give us that 800, that demand zone. What are these legs?
Oh, I haven't noticed. What just happened on Bitcoin 3 minutes ago? What the?
It caught some sort of bottom and then ate it up. Red
Huge
vector
volume spike on
down.
Binance.
Red
Is it
vector
my...
down. We ate it up and then we turned back around.
Someone just bought 1,000 Bitcoin on Binance.
Like somebody's swinging at the bottom of this right shoulder with us.
But it failed.
Yeah.
Wait a second. This is interesting. Wait, is it only my book map that's maybe it glitch? I don't know. But yeah, well, it's it would form the midpoint of a diamond, right? With a big volume up down.
Yeah, it could. Smaller time frames. Yeah.
Yeah,
We would
160.
need price to kind of like scale up here. I think it's just gonna fall out. I think this demand right underneath is where we're already absorbing the demand that we're on now. So 957. Yeah, RH, if the shoulder's bigger than the head, then that invalidates. I don't even like shoulders that are more than half the size of the head, but sometimes it'll still be in the spirit of. Once you start trading patterns for a while, you'll find some patterns that aren't perfect, but they're in the spirit of a head and shoulders, or they're in the spirit of a cup and handle. Best to ignore those though until you have enough experience to know like which ones are more likely to play out.
That's $100 million. Oh.
Nice little chunk of change.
Yeah, I put it in the TA chat, that bookmap screenshot. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure what to think about it, because literally today nothing happened except one event 2 minutes ago, which is more volume than the whole last 5 hours.
Bro, act like you never DCA'd $100 million worth of Bitcoin before.
He didn't DCA. He didn't DCA. You know, he used those pyramiding tools to just
Scale in.
Yes. And he made Bitcoin pump from 96 to 96.5 and then down again. Yeah. That's you see, well, that's funny. Maybe it's the what? Two people had a big fight here. It's very messy. Two bots had a fight, but they're playing with big money. Yeah. Who trades on Binance USDT spot on YouTube? Some of that big YouTuber probably just. Oh no, $100 million is too much even for them. No, this has to be.
$100 million on spot, on market. What was it on market? I was gonna say $100 million on market is crazy.
Yeah, but that's what just happened. Yeah, that's just what happened 3 minutes ago on Binance. Yeah. You know, 10,000 Bitcoin is enough to dump it 20%. If you want a 20% dump in Bitcoin's price, 10,000 is enough. We just saw 1,000 being exchanged, and thankfully, whoever is making this bull market matched it. Yeah, because there was a sell for each buy here, and the result is a stalemate. It's 50-50. Like, yeah, it's exactly 50-50. Actually, no, it's not 50. So 1,000 Bitcoin got market bought and sold. It's a mess. But in the end, you have 50 Bitcoin more than before. 50 got market bought more than the 1,000 that got exchanged. So very small difference. 50 out of 1,000, 5%. You had 5% more buys than sells in that candle. Well, all right. Well, that doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything actually. But anybody else wanna want a pyramid like that? He got $500 spread on it. Yeah, he got $500 spread on his Bitcoin. Imagine the buying power you have. You end up pumping and dumping Bitcoin $500. So 0.5%.
Oh my god. Book change for him.
And it's not only Binance. On the 1 minute you see it. On Bybit Perpetual also has a volume increase at the same time. Yeah.
Since you guys are still actively day trading, is BitMEX still alive and is it still a mess over there?
I don't know.
I remember the old days where the big whale fights were always up in there, but I don't know if it still is alive or not. Hmm.
Well, whoever did that, can you do it again? Because this would be a good time to do it again.
Yeah, let me get me back behind my laptop, bro. Give me a second. I will place the order again if you want. Let me know.
I'll look at Coinbase if Coinbase has something too. It's on every chart, same on Bitstamp. Well, maybe Michael Saylor bought. I mean, honestly, it's possible, no? Because you like if you have $1 billion and you plan on buying at support during the weekend, you might want to split it in 10 and spread it amongst every exchange and do your.
No, I don't think he's buying spot, man. Not sure, but it doesn't make sense that he is going and buying spot. Maybe Dbloc knows it better, but for me it doesn't make sense.
There's probably a whale alert going on too. Those bots, Twitter bots that track whales. Yeah. You're gonna see a whale alert with 1,000 Bitcoin, roughly. The thing is, it's gonna tell you. It's gonna tell you but the reality is that someone also took the opportunity to sell quite a bunch of Bitcoin. Which makes me think at distribution more than accumulation, yeah. Like it would have been better to have this candle red, not green. Where you have proof that you have more buyers absorbing the sells than the opposite. Here we had a big buys. Yeah, they pump price of $500, but Oh, on the other hand, now that exchange has less Bitcoin, right? Gonna end up looking like a diamond. But without the lower part, though, how does that work? No, this isn't a diamond. It's a rooftop. 1 minute rooftop? What is it on the 1 minute? Indecision candle on Bitstamp. See that 1 minute big volume candle? It's undecided. Big wick to the upside, big wick to the downside, very tiny body in the middle, and huge volume compared to the whole weekend actually. It's similar to what happened at 98.8, yeah. 1,000 Bitcoin. Crypto is so bullish that it would probably be able to handle a 10,000 sell without dropping 30%. But typically 10,000 Bitcoin sold would drop it a lot. Even though it seems small compared to 21 million Bitcoin, but actually it's not. It's a big part of what's available.
Interesting to see some articles mentioning 5th of December after you mentioned it for a couple of days.
You serious?
Yeah. I mean, I
Huh?
randomly opened CoinSets where there's a portfolio tracker.
Maybe we
And
have journalists here and they listen to my bullshit. I'm really always saying, but
it's all good.
I swear, I do not read any news, so I have no clue what's happening out there. Like
No,
on my
it's
phone, I get some crypto titles. I watch Bitcoin Hyper sometimes, but that's really zero. Otherwise, I mean zero. Zero fundamental work. I
no,
just trust this channel to keep me updated.
Months I'm predicting to reach 320 by 5th of December. So it's
They're bullish for the 5th. Okay. Well,
yeah.
me, I'm more worried about
For this coin in the for this coin, not for all
It's
coins.
just it's just stupid superstitious thingies.
Yeah.
It could be 5th
So,
of January. It could be any date. It could be 13th. It could be 7th. Whatever.
but
It's
I
just that
thought
the
like
last one
maybe
was the 5th. It was the 5th of August, right? So
maybe you wrote this article.
no, hell no. No, but it's normal. Everybody thinks notices the same thing. It's in the charts, right? Bitcoin had the big liquidation party on the 5th of August. Not only Bitcoin, the whole world actually. Yeah, you can just look at the Nasdaq chart, same stuff. Look at 5th of August candle, like it stands out. If you just look on the daily, that low point on 5th of August, you have it on every chart. It's got nothing to do with crypto. It's not crypto specific anyway. It's about
Yeah.
I don't know, some money moving from global markets and all. But yeah, Bitcoin bottoms on 5th of August. Nasdaq reaches a low point, which is a higher low anyway. But it was also going down at the same time as Bitcoin. It's been going up since 5th of August. Bitcoin has also been going up since of August. The difference is Bitcoin is catching up to where these markets are. They're all 20-30% higher than COVID all-time high. You know, Nasdaq is like 26% above COVID all-time high right now, something like that. And normally crypto is 3x on that. So yeah, if Nasdaq gives you 25%, oh, but by the way, Bitcoin is losing. Well, tapping 96. Then Bitcoin should be 2x above. Yeah. 25 times 3, 75% higher than 70K. If it performs really good this time. Looks like my bullish whale lost, but he probably ate a bit of the bear's pressure. Yeah, instead of market buying like that, you could have just given us a 1,000 Bitcoin buy order, but then price would have shot up immediately to 99. Yeah, he had no choice but to do it like this one.
Oh no, man, this is feeling a little dumpy. I think we got a little bit more to go.
Let's go then. Well, we're going down right now, though. On the 1 second.
What was the target? I'm trying to look at Dbloc's chart.
Well, all-time highs, no, roughly.
$95.99.
Price discovery, that's the target.
A lot of red candles. Who canceled the bull run? Who did it?
Hey, they tried. They, the bullish friends tried to hold 96. They really tried. But you know, the EMA said no. That white line on the Dbloc's chart, it was white.
Maybe we'll get a hold and a bounce here, but I feel like Sundays have been sketchy though, and I'm not real sure on that because this would be a good buying dip.
Down 0.8%. Maybe on some alts. They don't seem to have gone down a lot either. Solana is down 2%. XRP is up 2%. Yeah, maybe on high leverage. No need. Yeah, with the big volume spike at 96, I wonder if 96 is now resistance or not. I don't know what's the better trade here. You know, try to catch the dip or wait for that 96 retest and see what happens there to catch actually down. No? Actually, no. Or scalp up at 96. Because if you reclaim 96, 149, then we could well end up at 100, which is 4% higher on 10x. Nah, it's not worth it. I was looking for those whale alert thingies on Discords, and they seem not to work anymore. The last message is from like a year ago. And then when you go on X, yeah, it's all old stuff.
I'd like to see Doge hold out here. Can I just put a few bucks in, but Bitcoin, it's just gonna follow Bitcoin. Seems to be staying above 41, but getting into Saturday night, Sunday, I feel like this stuff's gonna push down a little bit.
December 1st, 147, 520 Bitcoin transferred from Binance to unknown wallet. Well, I found it. I think I found my way. Gotta be this wallet. Yeah, someone bought 520 Bitcoin. But well, thank you for your buy. Unfortunately, can you buy a bit more? We want the moon. Wow, those XRP alerts are crazy. 300 million XRP unlocked from escrow at unknown wallet, worth $500 million. Yeah, there's some wild stuff going on XRP. A dormant address containing 13 Bitcoin has just been activated after 11 years. Well, 13 Bitcoin, I mean, that's okay. So it's a guy who bought 13 BTC in 2013, worth $5,000. And now it's worth 1.3 million. Oh, this is funny to follow these whale alerts. A dormant address. It doesn't mean he sold, it just means it moved, right? Transfer from Kraken to unknown wallet. Well, we'll know in the news. Oh, this one is bigger, but that was 10 days ago. A dormant address containing 2,200 Bitcoin has been activated after 8 years. This gotta be FUD. May 2020, so it's 4 years ago. 40 Bitcoin transferred from possible Satoshi owned wallet, dormant since 2009, to unknown wallet. The coins in this transaction were mined in the first month of Bitcoin's existence. 2020, so 4 years ago. At least now the monthly candle has a bit of a wick to the downside, no?
if you have the Discord, check out the general chat, and you'll see a couple charts I posted. I got them from Scott Carney and his harmonic patterns that he patented and found like probably decades ago. But it's really cool. Some software that he has that like prints patterns before and even potential patterns as you see them coming in. It's really cool stuff. They have like targets and yeah, so this pattern was like kind of forming and it hit the target, and I kind of posted a couple pictures before it happened, and then it happened, and it's pretty cool stuff to see. It's like better than trend lines, better than Head and Shoulders.
Might be an interesting night the way things are looking. I'm not sure here.
I released an epic chart and an epic indicator that costs a good amount of money. It's from Scott Carney. But I released that on the charts, and man, that was so perfect. You guys want to look at it? It was so perfect. And that chart is only like the beginning. You have like 5 to 6% of the chart afterward to make the trade. So it's still not even done. But it's like really good with the, I think it was a bat pattern. It wasn't a bat, but either way, those charts that Scott Carney has and others like him, those are so good. They're like far better than, line drawing. Line drawing is like kind of elementary. Like drawing lines, your elementary status. No offense to anybody, but draw lines. You're kind of doing stuff on that status. It's like kind of elementary. And these people who blaze the trail before you, they're so far ahead. So you kind of want to follow what they're doing. But yeah, I posted some Scott Carney charts in the general chat, and Scott Carney is like an OG from the 80s. He wrote in a book, for all who are interested, he wrote in a book that the Dow was 3,600 in the year 2025. He wrote that in the year 2000 or 1999. 1999 or 2000, he wrote Dow is 3,600. That was a year and a half too early when it happened. But like, man, this guy, like, super OG. Some of these people, they're so ahead of their times, so smart and incredible. I'm telling people here, like, you need to follow Scott Carney. His YouTube channel is Harmonic Patterns. He's an OG, and yeah, it's really good. let's NFI group.
I'm with you, D. I think that sweep has to happen.
What's going on, y'all? My bad. I was on the phone real quick. Yeah, I'm just sort of working out what I'm kind of looking for Bitcoin to do here.
Yeah, no time frame structure still bearish. But I mean, like I said, man, I mean, how that level that you just drew out, I'd love for us to get there. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. I haven't been getting what I've been asking for. That's for sure.
No, I hear you. I mean, we're in a bull flag as of now. If we run this down in time, we can have all of this play out at once, right? So we can get the 100K on the breakout of the bull flag. We can hit that micro bearish trigger and get that SR flip, clear these liquidations, trap shorts. So we'll have trap long and trap short. Now, my only concern is on Monday when we have our false move Monday. If we have that move up and free these trap longs and get that 100K, cool. But that to me tells me the next 3 days are retracement days, right? If we go down and we don't get this, then the problem that I have is we start to break structure, right? So if we go down and we have our false move down and free the trap shorts, we're gonna mess up this this inverse head and shoulders. We're gonna mess up this bull flag, and those are our two macro sort of measured moves that get us over 100K. So it's one of those situations where like I am rooting for it to get to 100K Monday, Tuesday, beginning of the week sort of thing, but I don't think it's gonna be a sustained move.
Structure wise, we're still in the middle on the
Mhm.
higher time frames. But
I
I
mean,
mean, I'm with you, man. I think we need to take that
this
to
15
get the
minute
moves
here
that we
really
want.
does look nice. Like this inverse head and shoulders here on the 15-minute looks great. We haven't broken down past that. We can go all the way down to that SR flip and still put in this right shoulder. Our left shoulder was somewhere around here, right? 954. So I have no problem putting in a right shoulder that takes us down to the SR flip. But pattern
I mean,
wise, yeah, pattern wise, it's looking bullish.
at 9.5, it was already mitigated. I mean, structure wise, a little
Yeah, but
like
the
an SFP
liquidations
or
though,
something like that.
the
Like
liquidations though,
SFP,
man.
yeah.
Liquidations will pull it, even if nothing else. If the balances are full, if everything's been taken care of, there's enough money sitting there, they'll go get
Yeah,
it.
that's what I'm saying. An SFP. Like that would be beautiful. Nice SFP. Sweep that real quick.
But for all intents and purposes, we're still in the weekend trap, 1% above or below CME gap or CME close, I should say. So nothing crazy. Alter having a great day though. There you go, JJ. That's the spirit. Motivation. Thanks for the sub, brother. Jeremy, I don't know if you're still here, but thanks for the sub.
I think memes are gonna get wrecked. Like the newer memes, not like the OG ones.
Well, we were looking at, let me pull up Velo for a second, because we were looking at this last week when we started to see that narrative sort of shift, right? Let me
But is Velo a meme? Isn't that a legit project?
yeah, but Velo data is what I use really when I'm trying to check out like sector performance.
Oh.
So check this out. Let's go to the monthly first. Oh, this is, hold on. This is normalized CVD. This isn't what I want. This is, all right. So if we go to the monthly, we see the early hit that memes took, right? So memes ran stupid early, way back here, November 10th, right? Memes took off and went crazy. But then somewhere around November 23rd, we saw gaming start popping in, right? So gaming sort of took over. Memes are second place on the monthly. But when you go to like the weekly, it gets a little worse, right? So memes, gaming took over memes. Wait, where is it? Memes are, all right. So memes are all the way here on the bottom for the weekly. So it went from being top dog on the monthly, right, to now on the weekly running narrative wise behind everything else. Yeah, so look at the 2 week. So you see memes here had their run at top, fell apart. L2s with Algo and Arbitrum and shit running. Gaming. This is when gaming was sleeping, when we were like, look, you know, gaming is super undervalued. I came on here every day and was like, out of everything, out of every sector, gaming is super undervalued. And about a week and a half ago, you've seen it sort of take off and start making grounds on everything else now.
Yeah, bro, I'm almost break even on Illuvium, bro.
Nice. Oh yeah, that was a hard
You
hold, man.
like $1 away, man.
On the hourly, what's moving right now? Memes are up on the hourly. Let me go to the, yeah, so memes are doing good now, short time frame. Go to the daily. All right, yeah. Memes are still doing better than anything else. Oh no, wait, that's gaming. Gaming, then L2s. I don't get it. Why are memes? Oh, memes are green. This is dumb. Why do they keep changing the color of the damn?
Memes are just taking a little retracement, but like there's some, like for instance, like Doge. Hey, Doge is holding strong, man. Really strong. Like that dump, Doge did not break down. I mean, it wasn't a dump. That little retracement that we got in the past couple of hours, Doge actually went up while everything was going down.
Duck, those were 3 different messages. He was saying if it goes up, he buys more. If it goes down, he buys more. If it goes sideways, he buys more. Interesting though, last 4 hours, look at how memes have pulled away from everything else. Well, everything's kind of taken a bit of a bath with Bitcoin. It seems like speculation is sort of back. Let's see what coins have actually been moving themselves.
Just with the market cap of Porsche. That's it's funny.
Let's go. Look at ENS, baby. Oh man, on the weekly, compared to everything else, compared to the rest of the top gainers.
Yeah, thank you, Ethereum.
Well, D, I'll tell you, bro. Like now, I have Like on my I have a couple of windows open, but on TradingView I have BTC and BTC Dom like right there always.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean that
good.
hey, let me tell you, that was spot on, man. That was really good offer you put out there.
That helps a lot.
It does.
Gotta know, man. You gotta know when. And this is like a screwed up sort of
And we
analogy,
yeah,
but it's like if anybody's ever had like an alcoholic parent or somebody they live with, and you know when they come home and that moment where you look at them and you gotta assess the situation, like, okay, what kind of night is this gonna be? That's like how I feel with Bitcoin. Like sometimes Bitcoin comes home drunk, and you look at dominance and you look at Bitcoin, and you're like, all right, I'm just gonna go in my room and chill out for a little bit. Yeah, you gotta check Bitcoin's temperature.
I mean more and more, like I said, once you said that I started back testing. I mean, and I never realized that, but
Yeah.
I mean, we've even had a couple of instances where the price of Bitcoin is going up and Dom is still going down, and then you see it right there in the alts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had back tested when you said that I had started back testing, and I saw like you know Dom like the dominance staying still and price going down, and the annihilation of altcoins. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely in my toolbox now, man.
What you could also do is so like if you have a DOM chart, or it kind of works better if you do it the other way around, but you'll get the point. If you have a DOM chart, you just come up and go to
Compare.
plus, and then yeah, add a BTC chart on top.
Or you can do the comparison and then just lock it into scale.
Yeah. And then you can sort of just in real time,
Yeah, you gotta lock it
see how
into
much
scale
you
and I
have to
look at the
worry.
weight check. And when I come back from PR, my next homework is to see, like, I'm gonna compare the cycles and see like where Dom has to be that we see alts run.
Mm-hmm. We'll be there soon.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to get like a relative number of like what's the percentage
Underneath
where you start.
50%, things change drastically. Something psychological about half the money being not in Bitcoin. If you just think of Dom as how many dollars out of 10 are sitting in Bitcoin versus anything else. So once it gets to 50-50, then you'll really start to see changes. Once Ethereum really starts to snatch from it, we're gonna see that soon. You're good, Duck. Don't worry about it. Honest mistake.
Hey, so uh, usually I'll buy everybody's Christmas gifts at this time. So my sister and her husband, they got a lake in their backyard, and you could ride your jet skis and all that. So like I had like my sister's husband, it's hard to find him a gift, dude, because the guy's like he got everything. So I found like it's like a remote control alligator head. So he can like and my sister's like, hey, that's the perfect gift. So when people are swimming in the lake, he can drive that alligator head around.
That's dope. Yeah, the kids. You look at the RSI is really interesting here, right? So we bottomed out November 5th, right, during the election. Went up, RSI went up, cool. But look at how we went sideways and reset that RSI without having to drop. That is incredibly bullish. That means that we get a whole ride up on this RSI without getting a pullback on price. Or we could stumble down here and stay, but from the looks of it, we're about to cross and pull out here.
Hey, how do you look at supply with exchanges?
You can
That was
search.
on my note. Like I had it in my notes and I haven't been able to find it.
You can search. You can search Bitcoin supply levels. There's charts. If you got like CoinGlass or some of these on-chain metrics, sort of charting things, they'll show you. Let's see. Probably right here, I can find the on-chain Bitcoin supply. I'm just randomly checking on this one. I've never used this one, but it should be here. Supply and profit. That's not what we want. Long-term holder supply. That's not
Is
what
it
we're
circulating
looking for
supply right there?
Circulating
about,
supply.
like,
No, so
exchange.
we're talking about yeah, we're talking about Bitcoin on exchanges.
Yeah, I just thought that was whatever's out in circulation.
Give me a second. I'll pull it up. I gotta check on CoinGlass.
There's so many, man. It's like I'll be honest, man. Like you know, you have Sentiment, you have Glassnode. I mean, there's just so many.
I like
Like
Glassnode. I really like into the cryptoverse.
I didn't
Ben's.
I didn't even do that one.
Nah, Ben.
I mean,
his shit is dope. I'm not gonna lie. It's pricey. It is pricey. But if you're like a data nerd, great. Actually, I should check what their Black Friday deal is. Honestly,
I like Arkham.
Arkham's good.
Yeah, I use Arkham. Glassnode. Like I said, like there's so like you. I mean, you could easily be spending like $3 or $4 grand. Like if you're like crazy,
Oh hell yeah.
you
No,
4 grand
that's
a
what I
month.
plan on doing for the group. Like whatever money comes in when we go to the paid section of the Discord. Like I said, it's gonna be a one-time $50 fee, but all of that's going to get into the cryptoverse memberships and on-chain data shit that we can just put in the Discord to be able to save people money. Because some of this stuff you really only have to look at it once or twice a day, if that.
Hey,
You
well,
know,
what's the
so it doesn't
process
make
though?
sense to
Now,
spend all that money.
and I can send you like Bitcoin, right? I'll do that now.
Yeah,
Just to
no, it'll be
support,
friendly.
right?
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, this is crypto friendly, so we'll
Hey,
do.
hey, just let me know when it is, man.
I got you.
No,
Yeah.
I just I hate doing memberships because, dude, I got too many of them at this point.
No, this is gonna be a one-time fee. I'm not trying to hit anybody over the
One time,
head.
let me know what it is, bro, and I'll
Yeah,
just
yeah,
send
nah.
it
This
to
is just
you.
gonna be like a $50 one-time fee, and it's just to make it so like if people are gonna be on YouTube, that they're at least invested somewhat, so they don't say something stupid and you get kicked out. It'll cost you $50. It might keep you from saying something crazy, you know, and it'll keep the shillers and the scammers out. All right, CoinGlass, Bitcoin tracker.
Let's go, baby. I'm back in position. Just bought me a big bag of soul. I'm ready.
Yes, can we go? Can we do 100K now?
Yeah,
All
I'm in
right,
position. Let's
bet.
go.
Let's go. That's funny.
That's the most painful investment I never took. A buddy of mine, he invited me and I said nope. But basically he got 2,000 soul at $10. And I said, hey bro, we're all gonna jump on this. And I was like, nah. Boy, do I regret that one.
All right, so
But
look
Dbloc
here
regrets
on
it more because
what happened?
I was just gonna say you might regret it more because Dbloc, the reason he didn't get his soul because his ex-girlfriend's name was Salon.
That was my ex-girlfriend's name. I was like, you're not going to get me twice. Get thee behind me, devil. Not today, Satan. But to be fair, that's when I got into Jasmine, so I did all right. Don't cry for me. All right, so look, here's Bitcoin price. And then this is the aggregate of all Bitcoin on exchanges. Look at how low we are right now, bro.
Yeah.
Right, and you can separate this. This is on CoinGlass, so you could go to like Binance and see how much is on Binance compared to what their levels have been. Right, we're close to all-time lows on Binance. And this was at the top of the bull market.
Because I saw that miners aren't selling that much, so I was trying to figure out where is.
Damn! Look at Coinbase Pro. Holy shit!
Where is big money gonna buy their Bitcoin?
Well, what they're gonna do is they're gonna suck all the Bitcoin off of exchanges, and when it's all gone, they're gonna give us that 20-30% correction. The paper hands are gonna sell their Bitcoin, and then they're gonna buy that, and they're gonna keep doing it until we get to the top. The trick is to not sell your Bitcoin to these fools when they do that.
I'm rotating and just keeping a cash. Like I started to get a little cash position. Like I've been taking some profits on some of these alts.
Yeah. Let's see what the ETH is on exchange. Oh, ETH. Well, ETH is not as bad as Bitcoin. Plenty ETH to get bought up.
Yeah, BlackRock bought a bunch of ETH yesterday.
They're going to be selling their ETH to buy that Solana, baby. Like, no.
You just hear about BlackRock buying Bitcoin, but they're buying ETH now. So
let's see what Sol is. Oh, they don't have Sol info here. Yeah. But CoinGlass, if you want to take a look at that. And then you'll just look for Bitcoin exchange balance. And here, if you want to really look to see, you know, how much it's dropped in the last 30 days, like look at some of these numbers. But everything's in the red, basically, except for some of the smaller exchanges. The reason that's important is because that's when they start to pull, that's when they start to kind of pull funny business to get people to sell their Bitcoin. Now, another reason why Bitcoin might be low on exchanges is because they've already shaken out people, which was here, and then bought it all up. But you haven't got your payday for it yet, right? So just because it's low doesn't mean it's a big deal. You got to track it like week after week after week. Because if you were tracking it before, you'd realize that when we got up here, we were at all-time lows. Remember we were talking about, I think DJ even posted in the chat that we were at all-time lows on Bitcoin across exchanges. And then look what happened. All of these people that get scared and sell, put that Bitcoin on exchange, and then loop, it gets bought up.
I don't think we've hit that supply shock yet. I think that supply shock hasn't kicked in yet.
Yeah.
It's just there's so much news. Like I've been trying to just cipher it out, like the jockeying for positions, because like you're hearing all this news of all these countries trying to add Bitcoin to their reserve, right? And you know those holds are a long time, so you know.
And I told y'all, watch the states too, not the countries. Remember, some of our states in the U.S. like overwhelm these countries when it comes to GDP, and now we got the states fighting to get their Bitcoin reserves. Wizard, yeah, this could be a big M. If we were to break 90, then that would bring us down into some of these ranges to grab this. But we're not there yet. We'd have to start breaking some levels before I started considering. But yeah, that definitely is the beginning of a big M.
And New York's crypto regulator nearing approval of a Ripple issued stablecoin.
Yeah. Now, people are getting really excited, but remember, this is a stablecoin, right? New York hasn't really had that big of a deal with it. The stablecoin doesn't compete with the stock market. Gotta remember, yo, this is New York. That's the belly of the beast, yo. That's where the dinosaurs roam. So anything that threatens them is gonna have a hard time in New York.
You guys hear about that like $100 billion worth of gold that they dug up in China?
China, yeah, some cave they found.
Wow.
Now the question
Yeah.
is, do you believe it, or is that just a cave that they've been storing gold in for the longest, and
That's what I
now
was
they want to
thinking.
create a
Like,
supply shock? So now they're telling us
Because
about
they
it.
had the propaganda pictures ready to go too.
Yeah,
Where it
bro.
seemed like it was propaganda a little bit.
Yeah. It reminded me of the Ugandan gold find where we were like, oh my God, they found double the supply of da 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 in Uganda, and still nothing happened to price. That shit is controlled, bro. They'll release that supply
Well,
when it's time. That mafia that controls that is deep.
But it's not like easy to get, so it costs a lot of money to get it. That's the thing, and it's a cost basis to get it. They're still like scratching their heads, like, all right, it's like it's pretty deep. I forget how deep it is, but yeah.
People talk about gold being scarce, and it's like, no, it's not. Gold is as scarce as oil is. Gold is just a technological advancement away. Yeah, it's not. It's cost prohibitive. They know where it's at. It's just too expensive to get there. But the second you get a technological advancement that makes it easy, boom, they're going for it.
I mean, 90% of creeks in the USA, you can sit there with a gold pan and just place it in between two rocks and wait a few hours and just stretch out, and you'll get a little flake here or there. Like the gold's even run into the water, you know?
Yeah.
Yo, D, you know what I did for a lot of my fam?
No.
Damn. He was like, no, don't tell him.
No. So I got a bunch of people gold backs. You know, like the legal tender.
Yeah.
Dude, like they're not even expensive. So I bought a bunch of them, you know, like, and they look dope. You know, they're legit. I thought, like, man, I've been trying to teach, you know, like the younger members of my fam, like finance, man.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Especially like my nephews, man. You know, and I've talked to them like my brother, my sister. You know, like I'm like, hey, man, we got to do this. We got to do this for our kids.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah. So I got like, instead of like some bullshit, whatever gift card, or I got them all gold backs.
That's good, man. Get people used to holding assets. Like money's cool and all, but we've got to separate that.
No, but gold backs are notes with that they're backed by gold.
No, that's what I mean. It's an asset. So you know, it's a good idea to get people young used to holding something that's actually worth.
I don't know if I'm gonna get them framed, but like I went on to like the Alpine, the gold exchange, and I was like, yo, you know what, man, this is dope. You know, like they don't like it too bad. But I'm doing right by them, so it is what it is. Yeah, man. I had invested with Masterworks on some paintings. Hey, man, it took like 2 years, but that paid out really nice, man.
Yeah, it's a slow grind, but it's nice to get that message that something sold.
Yeah. So yeah, man. I mean, like I said, like for me, just the diversity, you know, and then I have a little bit of precious metals. I don't really have a lot. But man, I'm holding on for real estate. I mean, you're in Florida like me, man. I mean, I don't know if you've been looking. Like, finally, we're getting a little correction, bro. Like finally.
In 2 years, man, 2006, somewhere at the end of 2006, beginning of 2007, the 18.6-year real estate cycle is coming to an end. But there's a blow off top coming, just like there is in any bubble. So I'm not trying to pick anything up right now.
No, hey man, trust me, man. I've been suffering. I've been dying to buy something, and my agent is like, dude, you buy something now, you're dumb. And I'm like, fuck,
Basically.
bro. Yeah, so you
Cooked.
know, but I'm just stacking cash. I'm just stacking cash right now.
Well, the cash is hyperinflating too, so be careful.
You'd be better off renting, renting for the next couple years and then play this cycle. People get so like, I don't know, man. Like we were talking about yesterday about that golden prison. Like some people make all this money and then immediately just build themselves a beautiful golden prison that traps them into a city or traps them into a situation.
You can find
Especially
some
if
good prices.
you're young and you haven't traveled and you want to travel, like not you specifically, I just mean people in general. Like we're so accustomed to when you make good money, you buy that house. That's what you do. Buy a house right away. It's like, I don't know. Some people, it's really better off to just rent and go travel, live life, see what you want to do. Figure out where you want to end up. Don't tie yourself to a certain city for 20 years.
That's where you start to learn. This I started learning when I'm older. Experiences are better than the material.
It's all about experiences, bro. This life is about making money to afford you experiences that you're going to remember when you're old as shit. The only thing that
I'll tell you,
matters.
man, like, you know, you go to like whatever a place that you wanted to go, or you could buy like a toy or something, a car or motorcycle or whatever the hell you want. Those experiences, man, those materialistic things can't fill that void. That's for sure. And it took me a long time to realize that, but I mean that's just the truth.
This is true.
Material stuff definitely fills a big part of that void, though.
Well, there's like that's like I used to hear people say that when I didn't have shit, and I was like, y'all are so clueless right now. But it's true. Up to a certain level, money does buy happiness, right? Up to the level where you can provide for your family, where they can have everything they want, they can have food, there's shelter, stability, right? All of that brings happiness. Once you have that, though, there really doesn't do much more after that. It doesn't. And if you got any sort of internal shit you're dealing with, like if you're a, shitty person when you don't have any money, you're probably just gonna be like a shitty person with money.
Yep.
And then it's even worse, bro, because you got an attitude when you're broke. People like, yeah, I get it, bro. My guy's struggling. But you got an attitude when you have money. It's like, bro, what is your issue? Nobody cares, bro. Nobody wants to hear it. They figure your life out.
I just feel like I said, man, that's why I'm always trying to talk to like the younger people, like, hey, don't entrap yourself with these credit cards, like don't
Yeah.
like I said, like I feel like it's very difficult for real, like the younger generation. Because man, I mean, look, man, I'll be honest with you, man. Like I was always into everything when I was a teenager. It, when I went to go see Wu-Tang in Bayfront Park in Miami, you know how much the ticket was? $28. You know what I'm saying? And then I went to go see 9 Inch Nails, uh, and that ticket was like $40. And then now when I see tickets, it's like 500. I'm like $500, bro. Like that's so crazy, man. Like, and then for a decent ticket, because you can get something cheap, but like it's still 200-300 bucks. I'm
But
like, dude, like
when you're schooling the youth, though, with the credit cards, it's still good to build credit. So you need credit cards, and you need to have debt to build credit. So as long as you know how to manage your debt, because I think someone that has like a nice portfolio and like a lot of debit, a lot of credit on the same size, so they're paying all their debts to have that credit. The only way you can increase your credit is by increasing your debt
yeah,
threshold.
of course, yeah, the only way you can build credit is by obtaining, but for instance, like the my CPA, he's like, hey, listen, because I wanted to pay off all the cards quick. He's like, no, do it like this. But then he said, have one card, right? He's like, have 2 cards, one that's an emergency, and you just pay the yearly fee or whatever. And he said the other one, use that to pay everything and pay it 2 days before it's due.
Yeah, it
Like
just builds your
100%.
credit.
That's what I've been doing. And
Yeah.
hey,
So,
But
my
don't
credit
cry
is
for
fire.
this new generation though, bro. This new generation, like we didn't really know shit about money. And I'm just talking about like a 10-year gap difference. I'm not even talking about like some old man shit. I just mean like these kids are getting to the bag, bro. This generation knows how to monetize their influence, any little channel they have or any little Instagram or Facebook, or bro, they're all entrepreneurs. It's crazy. Like all the little dudes I talk to have all got some sort of business they're working on.
Yeah, but I get that part, but at the same time, man, like they like th- that's a small percentage, man. And like I said, the cool thing is that there's so many ways to make money right now.
That's what I'm
You know what I'm
saying.
saying? But I'll be honest with you, and I've even done this. Like I stopped doing it with my kid, but I'll be honest. Like I was kind of fueling the excuse, like fueling the making it easy for my kid, so he like you know almost like I almost felt responsible for him not respecting like money and under and then I made that quick turnaround because I realized I'm like, hey, and then I've seen a lot of people struggle with it. They're like, hey man, my kids like just asked me for some Drake tickets for him and for like for her and her friend, and it's just like $1,000. I'm like, yo, but like you gotta kind of set the precedence, like, hey, like this don't come easy. But I'll be honest, like before, I was kind of making it easy, like, and kind of making my son not really appreciate, how hard it is to get a PlayStation 5,
Well,
like
here's the real secret when it comes to that. When you were young and you wanted to go see that Wu-Tang concert, if you had to ask your parents for that ticket, $40 would have covered you for the night, right? Ticket, little something to drink, whatever. It's not that these concerts got more expensive. It's just that's how much the dollar's been debased in one generation. But I guarantee you, if you pull up your mom and you take her back to that time when you asked for those $40 and she gave it to you, that hurt at the time too. You know what I mean? It wasn't easy for them to give up those $20, $30, $40, $50, even though it doesn't seem like a lot now, but it probably hurt as much as you giving up 300 right now.
exactly. It's always relative, basically. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. So the real enemy here is, the theft from the US government, generational debasement of the dollar. Milk used to cost, whatever our grandparents said, 50 cents for a gallon of milk or whatever, and now it's $5. The same gallon of milk.
I mean, that's okay as long as the wages are going higher too.
That's the issue.
Yeah, the wages aren't going higher.
That's the issue. But, let's say 15 years ago, you could have bought, about 15 years ago, you could have bought a gallon of milk with a Bitcoin. Or you could have bought a gallon of milk with, $3. Now you can only buy half a gallon of milk with the same amount of money, but you can buy how many gallons of milk with one Bitcoin,
Busting how inflated we are because it does not match with our income. It really doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, for me, I honestly like even with my son, man. I'm really like, how is he gonna buy a house? Like I've been, and like I said, I'm waiting for this, this real estate to bubble to pop, right? But like, you think about it, you're like, dude,
Sometimes it's
Like,
better to buy a plot of land than a house too, you know, because that plot of land, until you're ready to build or make a house, you can use for other things as well. But it holds its value pretty well, just the land itself.
and I'll tell you, look, like D knows this because he's in South Florida. He's like me. Hey, you know what it is to pay $500,000 for 1,000 square foot house in the hood? Like, but like that's the reality. I mean,
Yep.
like, and you're like, dude, and they're like, oh, well, you're getting like the first. I fired my first real estate agent when he showed me a house. It was 800 square feet in Carroll City, and he's like, dude, it's only 480,000. I was like, dude, this house doesn't even have a ceiling. Like, what are you talking about, bro? and
You're
like
buying a piece of the earth that
yeah,
close to, that close to the middle of Miami, basically. The house is just
yeah,
extra. The house just happens to be on it.
yeah. I mean, but like I said, man, I mean, once I found a really good, like they told me, and it just sucks because I don't want to wait. Like I want to get into place already,
Yeah.
But they like I'm just listening to the professional that I hired, right? And waiting, but the waiting sucks, man.
How old is he? I mean, that sounds like you're spoiling him. You get him a place already and all this. I don't know
It's
what you're
not
talking
for
about.
Is it? It's a house that you want to live in, right? That's gonna be like your forever
No,
home, or it's an investment
yeah.
property.
No. The I'm gonna buy something here and I'm gonna buy something in PR. I sold
Gotcha.
my PR place to buy something here because I can't my job won't let me like have my primary residence in Puerto Rico. So I'm buy something here, for a couple of years, and I'm like I have enough liquidity to buy something in PR
I got you.
because that's really where like and like I said, in
Timing is
PR,
gonna be really important for you then, bro, because you're gonna want to buy as close to the bottom of that real estate dump as you can. If you're only gonna hold it for a couple years, the last thing you want is to wait a couple years and be
no.
underwater
Listen,
on the
my
house when it's
Miami
time to
home,
move.
like my Miami home is gonna be forever. Like I was raised here, man. Like my thing is I want to make sure I have enough for PR because I
Gotcha.
think PR. A lot of people have been sleeping on PR.
It's going up too, yo.
Oh, hey, listen, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. I got a group of guys. We're looking to buy a block in barrio of San Juan.
Let me tell you, you're not the
Literally,
only one, because I got a finca out there, and I have it
yeah.
listed for like the don't want to sell it price, right? Just a ridiculous number. And my realtor called me up the other day with some guy on the phone. He's like, "Hey, this guy wants to talk to you. Chop it up." Da 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 da. So this guy spent an hour trying to get me down to like, 75% of my asking, and I told him to go screw himself. But they're hungry, bro. People are buying up property in Puerto Rico like
I'm telling
crazy
you,
right
like
now.
I think people been sleeping on PR, and what I'm trying to do is like where like the rappers came out of at Barrio and San Juan, like Daddy Yankee and Bad Bunny, like that really bad area, but it's inside
Hold up.
San Juan
Did you just call Bad Bunny a rapper?
or whatever, man, whatever you want to call him, bro. I wouldn't
He's a
whatever
bad
you want to call
he's
him.
a
Where's
bad
what's his
bunny,
name?
bro.
We need to get what's his name on here. Where's homie at? Remember we were trolling him with
Well, really, he's
Bad
a
Yeah,
Bunny?
reggaeton,
E-Man.
whatever you
Oh,
want to
not
call him. Like
E-Man.
I said,
Yeah, what's his
What?
name?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. We're crawling back up into this weekend range here, though. So
but at the end of the day, like I said, like I kind of know what's going on there. That's why I want to like get in on that action. But like I said, yeah, man, it's just you gotta be patient right now. And hey, dude, I got like 30 properties like in my like my favorite page, and all of them the ask have gone down. And then like I said, man, hey, Florida, the past 2 months, number one in short sales out of all the states.
I
feels
mean,
like
it sounds like you're
2008.
it sounds like you're about to do some leverage on some real estate or something, man. I think you just need to take a
No,
breath.
man, no, man. Right now, I mean, right now, I'll be honest. Right now, I'm in like a home, you know.
No, but I'm just saying the
I-
way the excitement in your voice, and like it's cool to invest in real estate, but think about it, man. That is dinosaur slow. It's good, like to start to have something to like a store of value. But when you're talking about like making loot skis, we got it right in front of you, man. It's crypto, 100%. Like that's
No,
where
man, but yeah,
the
you see,
fluidity, that's where the
this
liquid
is the
is.
real
That's where the
estate part.
party is.
That's the problem that I have right now. I'm not looking at the real estate as the investment. I just want
Yeah, that's why I
my
asked him
nest.
if it was gonna be an investment or just like a forever
No, it's
home.
a
Right,
nest,
right,
man.
right,
It's my
right.
home, man. It's where I want to lay my head, man.
Yeah, yeah, it's a big. The castle's a big deal. Man needs a castle.
Yeah.
But still, like it's so much work and so many liabilities. Like when you're talking about making a block with your homies and all that stuff, it's like,
That's
man,
for PR.
I mean,
That's
do it
the
for fun.
investment.
If you're trying to do stuff for fun with your friends and cool, like do a project, yeah. But like if it's strictly about making loot, you got it in front of you right now.
No, I know. I got that part, but like I said,
It's not that-
I need Dbloc gets it, bro. Hey, I need my castle, my nest egg.
We probably all gonna end up in Puerto Rico at the end of this shit. Watch, it's gonna be like a whole block of just Discord members.
The thing is, like I said, I've done the research. Like, if like to not like if you want the crypto like the crypto reality, it's gonna cost you 10 G's a year. So you better be profitable enough that you can that it's worth the 10 G's a year.
Oh, you shouldn't be
And then
thinking about leaving the country unless you're
no,
unless the
I think you consider
look for me.
PR
Listen,
being
I'll tell you when it's gonna click for me. For me, I'm not even thinking about leaving the country until the first time that I've got to write over a check for taxes over 7 figures. I'm not. I will not do that. I will not do that. I will not. I've managed to finagle my way around it and all that, but eventually it will get to the point where even with all the deductions and everything that you can possibly get, you're still gonna have to hand over $1 million to the damn government for taxes.
if you're writing a 7-figure check for taxes, you're probably doing very well.
Well,
Bro.
that's my point. I wouldn't be trying to escape to Puerto Rico just to not pay, $20,000 in taxes. Like you are changing your way of life at that. It's a bit of an extreme. This for me, everybody in crypto has that exit plan at the end for their last run. You know what I mean? Like I have no problem paying my taxes through this whole shit. I'll pay every last dollar I owe them. But the last bull run, the one where I'm gonna kick my feet up for good, that one's mine. I'm keeping all of that. So legally, of course.
That's what makes sense. Like I said, a plan. I mean, at least have one. Even though if it changes, I mean, having one is better than not.
And for some people, that's a different number too, bro. For some people, just want to, I don't know. That's why I don't talk numbers in here because everybody's got different goals. It really should just come down to percentages. Like, you go to some of these channels and all these people just basically just drop numbers and name drop all day. And it's like, look, you're trying to run some exclusive shit that people feel like.
I think get them percentages happiness. Like to be in a point in your life where you're just happy. You're making enough that you're good, and you can enjoy your life instead of having to worry about, paying like if someone, is not a slave to the material, like for me, that's like more of an enlightened person. You know what I'm saying? Like forget about like, the percentage or the number. Just like what
No, I mean when we're talking, like when we're in here specifically talking about trades.
yeah.
Like you'll very rarely, if you hear me ever give a number, it's because I just wasn't thinking and I was talking off the cuff or whatever. But it shouldn't matter, right? whether you have $100,000 in a trade or $1,000 in a trade, 10% is 10%. 20% is
And by the way,
20%.
that's how successful traders work. They don't care about numbers; they care about percentages.
No, just
Because
percentages.
at the end of the day, you compound those percentages, and it equals the number that you want.
Yeah.
But when you're aiming for a number, what it does is it psychologically traps you because now you're waiting for a number. Like,
$1
that's what I've
million.
done.
And when you talk about money in terms of dollar amount, it gives people a false sense of, somebody come in here and be like, I got $2 million on the trade. Cool. You don't know that dude started with $1 million and managed to double up during this time and had a horrible bull market and only doubled up. Versus somebody who maybe started with $10 and now he's sitting on 10,000. You know what I mean? Or like if I'm setting up a trade and I'm like, oh well, I've got 75K on this trade, and somebody that's only got $75 or $750 thinks, okay, well that's not a good setup for me. You have to have a bunch of money to make money on that setup. I don't know. I find that the only time you hear people actually talk about dollar amounts is when they're trying to sell you something. And they're basically using evidence of money as like, hey, I know what I'm doing because would I have all this money if I didn't know what I was doing? And if you really want to know what I'm doing here, buy this indicator, or buy this training course.
It's a monthly subscription.
Right.
I'm on the fence on that because I'll tell you, I became a lot more successful when I invested in learning. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't look at it as looking at like an influencer and be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy your course. It was just like I did the research and I'm like, you know what, this is kind of what I need to get to the next level.
Yeah, no,
And
listen, I don't ever shame anybody for investing in their education. You have to, right? What bothers me is that same influencer could have told you what you learned in that course in 10 minutes for free and he didn't want to.
oh, I agree. And the thing that really makes me laugh now is, man, the amount of people that have come out of the woodworks in the past 4 months, and like I hear them talking, and I'm like, oh my god, like, and I'm trying to be judgy, but at the same time, like, where the fuck did this person come from, and what the fuck are they talking about? Sorry, what are they talking about? Like, really? And I mean, I kind of get like, man, even if I see 20 or 30 people on their stream, I'm like, oh god, like I kind of feel bad, but it is what it is.
Yeah, some people, it happens a lot when people are very successful during a bull market, but with a strategy that you can't scale, right? They got into a couple meme coins, went crazy. They're doing well. Nobody can tell them shit now because, look at all this money. How could I be wrong if I made all this money during this bull run? But they don't know the cycle. They don't know how things change. They don't know that strategy that they used or that, little trick that they learned is about to be useless in 3 weeks.
Yep. I was rockets till I got wrecked.
That's true. We did go from rockets to profits. And we say profits a lot more lately than rockets.
Yep.
Well, and I think you're kind of being, like I said, you're kind of being nice because I'm telling you, I look, like I said, when I'm working or like if I'm in a trade, I'll just like scan through YouTube and I'll like watch somebody and they're doing terrible TA. Like they're like, yeah, and I'm like, I hope people really are following this.
No, they're gonna get wrecked and they're gonna take everybody with them.
No, and then and everybody, listen, if you stay to a bear market, you already know what it is. everybody comes out, and then once we hit the the real people when they're still there during the bear, you know.
Or a crypto winter.
Yeah, crypto winter, bear market, whatever you want to call it. But I'm sure you guys, when you log into into YouTube and you see people you'd never seen before, and then you just listen to them, and you're kind of like in awe. Well, for
I still
me,
try to take it as data though. I listen like all the new school cats just a little bit, scan through it and see where everyone's head's at, just to kind of get the vibes. But a lot of them, it's like there's some TA. You would imagine that they're, they might even know they're doing bad TA and they're doing it on purpose. Some of them might have a reason they're doing bad TA. You never know.
They're telling people what they want to hear, man.
by the way,
When people are
that's
scared, they're drawing bearish outcomes. When people are happy, they're drawing moonboy outcomes. And
Especially if they need
it
clicks.
works. It works though. Unfortunately, it works. There's so much retail right now that these dudes will get those rooms full. They'll make their little money off of AdSense. All they're worried about is the clicks and the likes.
Well, listen, man, I know a guy that he exposed 3 influencers, and I was in awe. What what they would do? They would get in a trade at like 3x, right? And then what they would do is once they were up, they'd move the leverage to like 50x and be like, "Yeah, look at how much I'm up."
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody would like follow that person. I'm like, when I was like shown that, I was shocked because, dude, like I couldn't do that. Like that's a terrible thing to do, man. I mean, Jesus Christ, like how can you do that?
I just don't understand how you have the time to do all that during the day of trading and then trying to be all sneaky and shit on top of it. Like, yo, I could barely get on here and read comments sometimes when the charts are going and I'm doing a bunch of things at once. Like, I really don't have the bandwidth to be actively trading and trying to screw people at the same time, which just tells me one thing. Those people are probably not actively trading. Right? This is their main thing. This is
That's the case. They're just in for now.
Yeah.
And then they'll be out. They'll be out. You know what? As soon as like they're popping up everywhere. And I already know those people aren't going to be here. Once the bear market hits, they won't be here. I already know what the deal is because I went through it. I just try to educate people like, hey man, like teach yourself to know better, man. Teach yourself to not follow that nonsense. Because when I see, at nighttime, people, jumping on, I'm talking about things I've never even heard. And like, they're like, and you see 50, 60 people and they're like, yeah. And I mean, it's just like, I don't.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, bro, 85% of people are gonna end this bull market at either break even or at a loss. And unfortunately, we need that to happen.
I was just gonna say you need sacrificial lambs.
We need that to happen. So unfortunately, these guys on YouTube with their bullshit TA and anybody silly enough to sit and just follow, I mean, they're gonna learn a lesson, and hopefully, the next bull market, they're gonna make different choices, but can't save them all.
It's the yank.
I mean,
Yep.
like I know somebody has to be at my exit liquidity. I know that, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I always tell people, I'm like, hey, you better realize, because well, at least people kind of have understood, like,
but that's not always negative, man. Like someone was my like exit liquidity on Pepe, and they made $2 million and I didn't.
But if I hadn't got wrecked, I wouldn't be as obsessed with crypto as I am right now. The reason I'm as obsessed as I am is because I got wrecked so bad the first couple cycles that I took it personal. It was like revenge learning. Like, instead of a revenge trade, it was like hardcore revenge learning. Like, nah, I'm gonna figure this shit out.
Hey, I'm with. Oh, I feel you on that one, man. And like I said, but my whole thing is listen. Somebody has to be the exit liquidity. That's why I always tell people when they're like diamond hands. I'm like, yo, there's a thin line between a bag holder and a diamond hand. So you better really realize.
I told the group, I told Discord, I'm like, yo, we got a dope family here, and this is our tribe. And out there, it's PvP, but here it's us against the world. But I'm not trying to blow this thing up to like 10,000, people on Discord. Like, no, because I know the stats, and I don't want anybody in here getting wrecked. And unfortunately, the majority of people will get wrecked. So my whole thing is building a tribe of people that are going to be on the other side of that, the 5%, the 10%. Numbers
Yeah.
don't matter.
People-
Success is really what I'm looking for,
Majority of the ones that get lost are the ones in leverage.
Yeah, eventually, unfortunately.
I don't hear Spot. I don't really listen to the guy.
By now, and leverage guys aren't going to want to hear this, and no shade, but by now, if you're trading specifically leverage, only leverage at this point, you've made a mistake, because you had your opportunity to trade leverage during the first half of the shit, use your money to buy spot positions, get in position. You're going to end up working really hard during this bull market if you're planning on trading leverage the entire way up.
My rules for leverage are the exact same rules for leverage. Doesn't matter. Like if you understand risk management, leverage doesn't matter because it's the position. If you're using leverage, like it needs to be the same, even if you're using leverage.
Yeah, but all the rules in the world aren't going to stop the exchanges from screwing with you while we have no regulations.
Oh, yeah, look,
on spot they can't.
Listen, I've been paying $110 a day in fees on my leverage on my leverage positions.
Yeah.
And I wasn't paying that before, but I mean it is what it is.
It's the getting stopped out when you're not supposed to, the not getting stopped out when you are supposed to, the skipped orders, the skip take profits.
Hey, a KuCoin tape teleported me one time, and then that they just skip your stop loss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's terrible. And I'm sure, I mean, but like I said, dude, I have a swing, I have a leverage account, I have a swing account, I have a spot account. Like I have different accounts for different type of things, and I mean, my swing and my spot accounts really, I don't watch them that but my lev account, because those are in and out.
So do you like smoke weed when you do spot, and then like do lines when you do leverage or something?
Pure Red Bull and leverage.
Yeah, man. Adderall and Cleanser, bro. No, look. So I'll give you an example. I mean, and it's crazy, right? Like, hey, the reality is I always tell people, give yourself 2 or 3 years of trading, then start using leverage, because now I've been trading 6 years now. Now my leverage accounts, all it is to add to my spot. You know what I'm saying? But like sometimes my mind doesn't affect anymore, because I'll tell you, I've made a crazy amount of money in the past 3 weeks in my leverage account that's surpassed like the gains that I have on my spot and my swing accounts. But it doesn't bother me. It is what it is, man. Just take the money and go.
Nope, I ain't touching it. You ain't convincing me to do no leverage. Sorry, not me.
I never encourage anybody to do
No,
leverage.
I'm messing around.
I'm just saying that your risk should not, like, leverage has nothing to do with your risk. If you're doing risk properly, and like, I'll challenge anybody on this all day.
Yeah, but the greed factor varies, man. It's like you're not a robot, and the greed kicks in a little bit,
But that's the thing. But like, emotion has nothing to do with finance. So when you trade,
Yeah, if you're like the top monk, like triple black belt financer, but it's hard to be numb, even if you're looking at the vision,
Yeah, in a perfect
I'm not
world.
the shogun. I'm not the shogun. I wish I was, but I'm not. But The one thing that I have is a rule, and I don't break it. And by the way, every time I break it, I get wrecked. I write them, and every time I've broken my rules, I lose.
Well, you had to actually one because you said you don't break them, but then you said every time you break them. So which one is it?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't break them. And dude,
So,
I'll tell you,
why,
sometimes
so
it's
if
not
you don't
easy.
break the rules, how come you break the rules here and you keep swear every now and then?
No, I haven't broken
You
the
the same
rules.
shit with that.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't broken the rules.
God's still working on him, bro. God's still
Got
working
him,
on
got
him.
him.
No. Hey, listen, I agree with you. Like I said, and it's a pain in the ass. Writing every single trade, it's a pain. But if you track when you do it and when you don't do it, your success rate, it is what it is.
I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna dip into this news cycle before we get too far past midnight and they start switching everything up on me. I'll be back in a minute.
But yeah, man, I think the mindset part is the most important part about trading.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to just be like, it's hard, but like just be like a robot, you know. That's why sometimes automated trading's very successful for a lot of people. And just automate your trades, no kind of, you know, human factor involved. You set your limits, set everything, your range, and just let fate play out what it's got to do.
Yeah, 100%, man. But I mean, I haven't found any of those bots that work well. I know some guys that they have like two bots, one for bullish sentiment and one for bearish, and those work well. But
Yeah, I mean, it depends also what exchange you hook up your API to. I've used a few bots. Like my favorite so far was Crypto Hopper. And I gotta say, even on the bear market, like, you know, I use my own strategies mixed with, they have AI strategy, but I used it with the Ichimoku cloud. And basically I just let it play off Ichimoku, whatever it thought it was supposed to do on Ichimoku on 15-minute charts. And I did a trailing stop loss on the bot, had like it was like a 2%, I think 2.5% trailing stop loss, and just let it run like that. So if it goes below 2.5%, I can adjust that, but I didn't. You know, I just be like, whatever, let it ride. Once it dips 2.5, you get out. You know, so it's.
and by the way, that's successful because you have a rule set, and that rule set has to be respected. What happens when you're like, listen, man, I don't know if you, but I have revenge traded a lot of times, and I'll be honest, revenge trading has gotten me wrecked a lot of times. You know, or trying to catch a falling knife, or trying to you know to short. You know, when you have bullish
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah, me. Some of my favorite trades are actually like, I'd say off a falling knife. Like, you know, you get the dead cat bounces on a falling knife. So I like playing those dead cat bounces. Those are the most predictable. Once you see the volume flip, or like, you know, on a falling knife, you know you're going to get a little dead cat bounce no matter what. It's like, I'd say 90% of the time, you're going to get at least a 2%, you know, maybe 1.5, 2% dead cat bounce. So I like to play those a lot on the falling knives. You know, you can kind of see when the knife's falling, there's always that hesitation between the fall when you go on like a 15-minute chart, 5-minute
Yeah,
chart.
I mean, really. By the way, if you catch one of those, the discipline comes as getting out, because if it's a dead cat bounce, you know that it's
Well, yeah,
temporary.
exactly. And you got to be in, out, and then let it drop more, and then in, out, let it drop more. You know, just play the bounces real quick.
That's
And
why
you
my
know those
structure.
bounces aren't going to make higher highs. It's like a lot of people, that's where they lose. They're always waiting for a higher high. It's like, man, you can't always wait for a higher high on your trade. Sometimes it's like, just, you know, do your 2% and get out and keep on doing nice 2% trades and add them up, you know?
It's that compound effect, man. A lot of people.
Exactly.
By the way, listen, man, I didn't get that compound effect till this year. Dude, I know a lot of guys that they're trading on 3, 4, 5% gains, and they're out, and they have that discipline, you know. But you know, like that greed, man, that greed will get you all the time.
Hold on. Scott's over saying Doge equals old and busted. SHIB equals the new hotness. Man, come on now. SHIB ain't new. Trying to talk that smack on Doge over here, Scott.
Base isn't letting anybody swap.
What, you can't swap on base tokens right now?
Yeah, it's not letting.
Have you tried on different wallets?
Hold on, check the other one right now.
Here, I'll try a base trade right now. I'll tell you if mine works. Let's see what I got here. I'll sell my my base bunny. Or no, what am I gonna sell here? Let's see. Some wild coin.
I actually looked at it and I was like on it for a minute and I said nah.
Let me see. Yeah, it's working for me.
It might be just my region, and I do it off the phone, so it might just be the mobile app. They got mad at the message or something.
Yeah, I just did a wrapped ETH to base ETH, and it worked for me.
I guess it's just a mobile app.
Are you using Phantom Wallet? Yeah, I'd say try Coinbase Wallet.
The Coinbase wallet. That's the one I was using.
Phantom Wallet's good too with base right now. I just did it on Phantom Wallet and it worked fine.
Okay.
I like Phantom Wallet a little bit more than Coinbase. And there's been times Coinbase has had problems, like it's been glitchy on the UI interface. And it seems like the Phantom Wallet aggregator gives fairer prices and lower transaction fees.
I'll definitely try that.
Guys, have a good night, man. I'm calling it.
All right,
Good to
man.
see
You
ya.
too. All right, take care, man.
Safe trading.
Later, man. Yeah, I'm gonna dip too. I'll catch you guys later.
Perfect. Have a good
Elon's not a gaming company. Elon Musk says too many game studios are owned by giant corporations. So his giant corporation is going to start a studio to make games great again. It's funny. When that happens, gaming most likely will heat up.
There we go. I got Phantom set up.
How's it looking? Looking pretty good.
What's going on, yo? Just fixing some charts for the night. SHIB is moving, so we'll leave SHIB up. I'll leave a 4 chart up overnight. We got too many alts moving. So we'll do Bitcoin, ETH, SHIB, and Altura is also moving too. I know a couple of you guys got in on that Altura move when we talked about it, so I'll leave that up. Well,
Yeah, this is perfect. Bitcoin and the dominance. That's it. That's all we need.
anybody here get in on that Altura when we were talking about it the other day? I was saying it was super undervalued. Gaming still running flat. I'm just wondering what that price point was.
What's the ticker, my brother?
ALU. ALU USDT.
Is it too late?
Yeah. It did the thing. It definitely did the thing. I'll pull it up in a second.
What about Vulcan Forge? It's still too late.
Vulcan Forge hasn't started to move. It had a little bit of movement the other day, like it showed some life, but it hasn't taken off and sort of run away yet.
What do you think about Metis right now?
I haven't looked at Metis in a while, I'll be honest with you.
That's 60.
I'd have to take like a real look at it. I haven't looked at it.
When you buy a shitcoin and it goes to almost zero, not quite zero, but almost zero, what do you do with it? And it gets delisted from your exchange. Is there any point in moving the coins to like a wallet?
You send it to your friends as a troll.
It's not at zero though. I mean,
Is it worth
you
the
know,
gas
instead of
fees to sell it?
yeah. Well, it's on the centralized exchange anyway, so I can
Oh,
get
okay.
$13 out of it right now.
Well, there you go. You sure
Yeah, but
there's no future in it? Like, is it a dead project? Or?
um, well, hmm, I should, I should, I guess I should go hide because, yeah, I just looked at the website, and how do you know if it's dead or not? The website is still up, so
I would go to their socials, see if they've been posting recently, see in the comments if people are actively talking about new updates and stuff going on. Just check the community to see if it's still alive. If it's a ghost town, if there hasn't been any posts, or if you go in the comments and everybody's like, "Hey, where's my money?" That's usually a bad sign.
well, it says trusted by Tribe, Unfinality, Dora Hacks, Consortium, Nautilus, blah blah blah. I mean,
Sounds sounds good.
it's always good
Yeah,
when
the
you look at
words
these
always
websites.
sound good.
Harvard University? What is that even true? Wow. Like
Howard's a
we have
decent
from
university.
Harvard in our team. Cointelegraph. Well, no, but did you ever move these coins to a wallet and eventually, you never know, does
Yeah,
could one of them go back up, no?
plenty of
And
them.
then
Yeah, I got
sell
plenty of
again?
them. You might. It sucks because okay, the good thing is you'll have like $12 turn into like $200, which is great, or $150, $100. But then you
Yeah.
think, damn, if I would have actually had. But yeah, it's
Oh,
nice to have
like
nothing turn into something again. Yeah, you think like, oh, if I would have just bought the dip on that, but you do that
well,
20 times and you're gonna end up broke. So
I mean, to break, I needed to go back to $500 to break even. This is a bad one. 100 isn't gonna be enough. No, I guess I'll just move it to a wallet. Oddly, ERC20 seems cheap to move right now.
yeah, Gui was pretty low today.
So just a MetaMask wallet works for that, right?
Yeah, yeah. If it's a ERC20, safe bet.
Yeah, instead of market selling to get $13, I'm just gonna move it to a wallet. Because yeah, it's being delisted in 3 days from my exchange, so I'm not sure what happens. Like maybe it just disappears
Low
completely.
volume, I'm guessing. The reason for the delisting.
Uh, they didn't say. ST. Or there's warnings all over the place. The ST tag on Ruby suggests increased volatility and potential risk compared with other listed tokens.
Huh.
Please ensure your research before investing. I don't know, it's got red flags. I mean,
Somebody didn't
they,
pay their bill.
I think it's just that it's not volatility really, it's just that they dump too much, you know?
It usually comes down to lack of volume. If they were making money on it with transactions, they would
There's,
keep it on there.
there's plenty of volume currently. With that delisting news,
Weird.
you did it.
Not that there's volume, but that they would delist it if there's actual volume.
There's volume, and it's even bigger than the launch volume. There's $300 million volume. What? That can't be true.
That's the case. I would hold on to it.
Oh no, it's in coins. Okay, it's the amount of coins. Yeah, 300 million of something that has plenty of zeros.
I was gonna say low unit price, yeah.
But no, turnover is actually $18,000. Yeah, $1,000. Yeah, so it's low volume. I guess volume never picked up really, but it is higher right now than it was earlier. Well, since it got launched. Yeah, another failed IPO, IDO, whatever.
Yeah, it's important that distinction is important, yo. I think a lot of people in crypto forget about the fact that most businesses fail. Like anytime they see a chart that like goes to zero, it's like, oh, look at this rug pull. It's like, no, that's kind of like the first business you tried that probably failed. You know what I mean? They're not all rug pulls. Sometimes they're just failed projects. Didn't work.
Wait, so you're saying this party pair position I'm in might not fail?
No, that's a rug pull for sure. I'm just playing.
That probably is.
Nah, you know what I mean though. That shit is like a
99% of
pet
these are,
peeve of
though.
mine.
But you're right. Like a lot of these, like 90, the ones that are coming out, these hot contracts, I'd say 95% are rug pulls. Straight up, that's the metric right now.
Your point is very true, though. It's pointless to move it if it's only gonna be $100 when it goes back up. So why not buy more now that it's so cheap? Oh,
See,
wait a
that
second.
was not my point, Zusi. Don't you try to turn my words into a reason to FOMO into this
Well, I'm
thing.
gonna. I mean, if it was something else than an ERC20, I would consider it. But yeah,
Yeah.
this is a shitcoin, right? It's probably just gonna disappear. But I mean, in percentage of what I put anyway, it wouldn't be much, and this is down 99.5%. So I can get millions of tokens right now. Just double it, no? Just yeah, another $13.
I mean, that's a thing. Yeah. I've done that before, I can't lie. Double or nothing.
You know, it pumped 28% today. Like it's actually not.
You're really trying to talk yourself into holding this thing, huh?
Well, I mean, it's a bit too late, right?
Don't trip. I was gonna say buy the dip, but it's not even a dip.
Yeah, at this point, you're left with only buying the dip. What else can you do?
At this point, you'd be chasing something. Like not only are you buying it, but you're chasing it. Crazy. Be funny though. It actually worked out. Nah, you know the saying, bro. Good money after bad money is like hustling backwards at that point.
Hey, Zusi, which coin are you talking about?
Ruby, RUBY.
ERC20?
Yeah, I bought some and a long time ago, and actually didn't even have it in my watch. Kind of forgot about it. At the IPO, there was a token splash event, I played the event, and well, it did a nice ABC, so I added when it did that. But after that, I kind of forgot about it. Yeah, and it's just been going straight down since. It's been like a year. Well, June. No, it's been. Wait a second. It's not that old actually. June 24. I should remember. Now I have the opposite example because at the same time as Ruby was being launched, there was another one. It's TIA, and that thing is doing good. I wonder why.
Yeah, Celestia.
No. Well, I don't know the name of the coin. It's the ticker is TAI.
Oh, okay.
There's plenty of TAIs. Because I think it's got something to do with. Oh, there's another one. I'm supposed to get airdrop, but I can't find it in my wallet. It's supposed to be there, but I can't find it. It's ArtFi or Art Finance or something like that. It's the problem with all these Web3 airdrops we had, 6 months ago. There were plenty, and you don't see the coins in your wallet. You have to add the contract, and when that TGE event happens, well, you need to add the contract, or you need to follow and add the contract. And some of them actually turn into something. It's pretty impressive. Yeah. Do you know if Varch is ever gonna be tradable? It's the airdrop from Dot. Dot also airdropped some stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm holding it, but I have no idea.
It still says 0 there, so in the wallet. So I'm gonna
make your own liquidity pool. Is it ERC20?
No, it's Dot chain.
Oh, even better. Probably easier to make a liquidity pool. If you already have the token, pair it up with something in a pool and see if people start buying it.
Oh. Isn't the project team supposed to do that?
Yeah, but maybe you can get a head start. Is the token tradable? I mean, if the contract's probably not renounced, so maybe it's not tradable or it has some kind of freeze function. But if it doesn't have a freeze function or something, you can experiment if you're bored and just look up how to make a liquidity pool on Dot and just add that to the liquidity pool and pair it up with Dot.
See what you mean, but honestly, I'm not. Me, what I want to know if I hold coins that are like booming right now. Because honestly, there are some coins I forgot. Even Web3 stuff from 2-3 years ago, I might have forgotten. So what I did is I looked at all my wallets and I put in my watch list every coin I have. And there's some really odd stuff in my wallet. Like, what is this, man? I have coins. I have no clue why it's there. Like, or where it's.
Or they get airdrop because there's a lot of not companies, whatever, projects that they see. If you have one certain coin, they say, okay, we're going to airdrop you that coin. Probably not much. It's usually like 1 cent, 2 cents worth.
No. Well, this one is $68. LTD. I honestly don't remember. I'm trying.
Well, it might have got airdropped a while ago. Maybe it grew in price. Maybe.
Isn't that shit coin from Weeks? Living the dream. That
Oh yeah, that's LTD.
What's his name? Was chilling.
LTD. I don't know where it's coming from. Cook, I remember. Cook, it was a mental event. I got some cook. I guess I'm hungry now. But yeah, it's important to do that too. And there are the hidden coins. Those ones, I tried the Explorer thingy on MetaMask. I didn't find anything. There's tools to explore your wallet to see.
There's some portfolio trackers. Yeah, there's a couple portfolio trackers. I don't remember any of the names offhand, but I'll bring a couple tomorrow. And that's what they'll do basically. You connect your wallets, and it just shows you everything, even the stuff that you can't. Sometimes it'll be stuff that doesn't even have a name. It'll just be a contract address, but it'll show it to you.
Yeah, and sometimes it's dead. It's written dead, DEAD.
Yeah.
Like when a token migrates contract or changes
Yeah.
V2 or whatever, then you still have the old one. So you end up with having both tokens, but they make one contract dead. Something like that. Web3 wallets is cool. It's all new and all, but it's already a mess we need to tidy up. This is too messy.
Listen, as long as it's complicated, there's money in it for us. The second everybody can do it, then it'll dry up. But that learning curve that keeps people from getting coins before they get on exchanges, and we can still get in there and snatch them up before they do, like, there's money in that, you know? Learn to do the hard thing and then just run it until it's not hard anymore. And you move to the next hard thing that confuses people.
Then there's the rewards from IntentX. There's the liquidity providing on ETH. That's very complex. I'm stuck in that because to withdraw from that liquidity, I need to manually close the liquidity positions that are open on a platform where it shows. I mean, it seems like I gotta start really in advance. The day I want to sell my ETH, I need to start removing orders. And
They're making it pretty simple. It's much more user friendly on like Radium. If you try on Solana, liquidity pools, they seem to be much simpler. And Ethereum, for some reason, like the user interface, much easier to understand.
It's roughly it's only giving like 10-15% APY. I think that's all. Yeah, I left it for like a year there. But you got some airdrops on that Merkle reward gathering platform, and the name of the coins are a bit odd. I'm not sure how I can sell them. Like Syk, SYK, stuff like XSyk and Arbitrum. Like that liquidity providing on ETH pays me in Arbitrum. So
Do you hold Arbitron or do you sell it?
Well, it's accumulating. Yeah, well, it's nothing big, you know. But now that Arbitrum is at $1, yeah, it's tempting to TP a bit. Yeah. On the APY from the liquidity.
Profits.
And then there's the eigenlayer stuff with Etana. I need more time. I just need more time to.
Zeus, you never tried to play with like meme coins?
No. Well, yeah, Ruby in the end is a meme coin. No, look, it's
a
zero.
meme coin?
No, it's not. It's well, it's something about authentication KYC for exchanges, abstraction layer for Web3, well, whatever that means. Account abstraction. But yeah, these, I mean, everybody's Web3 wallet is probably booming like hell right now.
Can't complain.
Oh no, it's amazing. It's really, it's cool.
Mine has like 2 positions that are booming and like about 120 that are getting wrecked.
Mine is like what I was telling you, Zeusy. Like some of the airdrop shit that I had that was basically sitting at sub penny, is now sitting at like 13 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents. And I'm like, oh, it's 50 cents. And then I think, wait a minute, this thing was sub penny. That means that
Yeah,
this thing. Oh my God! What? What? No. Why didn't I
no,
just double up or triple up or Ah, but if you do that, 100 times, you're gonna come up crap. So
and you can't trust what's written in the wallet. The wallet tries to add the value of what you're holding, but
yeah,
that thing doesn't work good.
yeah, and it doesn't tell you what the liquidity is like either. So chances are you probably wouldn't have been able to pull out if you had a large amount in there anyway.
Well, it's because of all the networks, no? Like you this is no, seriously, Web3 is already a mess because they created this old networks stuff, but because you have many networks in the same wallet, kind of have to go network by network to see. Oh yeah, that's the problem. The scan I did, it's only on ETH network. I didn't do it on the other networks. So maybe that's like that Artify airdrop. It's probably somewhere, but not on ETH. Yeah. It's probably somewhere there because on Bybit, when I go on my rewards page, it says airdropped.
Guys, I'm gonna reset the stream before bed in like 5 minutes. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet and you're new here, hit that subscription, bell notification. All of y'all that have been here, you know how this goes. 5 minutes, and then we'll be back on. I'll be right back, and then I'll reset. All right, y'all. I'm resetting the stream. You guys are taking off to go to bed. Good night. If not, we'll be back in like 5 minutes.